It's 9:30, and I would entertain a motion to reconvene the meeting.
So moved, Mayor.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Cast your vote. And we're back. We'd like to start this morning, just a very quick recap of where we were at yesterday when we left, and it's kind of the tail end of item 5 on the agenda, and just get any additional thoughts we have from council, any questions, thoughts, additions, concerns. Where we left it was we pretty well had our 6 strategic vision statements identified, and we had a host of goals set up there. And I know that we all went home thinking about it, trying to figure out, okay, what's next? What do we measure? And that's where we were at yesterday, was looking for that insight from staff on what do you all believe we ought to be measuring to say that we're truly strategically moving in the right direction. So does anyone else on council have any thoughts or comments?
I've just got a little something, Mayor, if I may. You know, I thought about this last evening and again this morning, and I just want to be clear that, and I also want to express my appreciation. I know yesterday was a lot, and you had a meeting of some sort after we left, I think. I know that each of you and others that aren't in the room work every day to make Edmond better and the best we can be. And our citizens are the most important people that we work for. And that was an aggressive piece of work yesterday, and I appreciate the work you did overnight and this morning. And we'll get this figured out. But I want to tell each of you thank you for what you did and how it came about. And I look forward to buttoning that up today. Thanks.
I also appreciate all of you and looking forward to today, and we'll get some things done. Appreciate you.
Anything from this side?
Nothing really other, Preston and I were talking a little bit ago, and we just want you guys to know we fully recognize you guys are the experts. And I'm kind of interested to see what kind of feedback you guys will have and what kind of adjustments, which I think to what we did yesterday, adjustments or added input, whatever we want to call that. So thanks for your efforts.
It's our first time through this. I think one thing I was thinking about last night is when we do this next year, I just maybe want to think about how we structure it again, because I feel like there's an element of like, what is the, like to Barry's point, what is the public value and prioritize, right? Like, we don't even talk about that in here, other than just kind of what we think through this list here. But I think it'd be good to have some kind of citizen survey results or whatever it is at the time to kind of baseline everybody as to what people think is important. I think we kind of have a feel for that, but I think that'd be good to add. And then staff recommendations would be another thing that we might think about doing next year, just because you all have things that are on your list, and we sort of see them in the budget workshops, but to some extent we're coming in cold with our own ideas here, so that maybe a little more collaborative next year would be a good thing. I think that's it for me.
All right. I think I can add to what everybody said here, and this is new. It's a new process, and we've got a lot of opportunity in front of us. And Preston, to your comment about public input, really the public input we have is either what you all have heard as individuals or from what the citizens have told the five of us. And as you all know, we hear the good and the bad all the time. And that's what drives a lot of our decision-making, is understanding where the public is and what their vision of Edmond is, as well as ours. And that's why it is so critical that as we take these vision statements, these 6 statements, and we look at goals that we've dropped underneath them. Some of them are measurable, as Preston said yesterday, and some of them are just deliverables. And there is a big difference on that. But the bigger thing is, what are we going to measure to show that we're moving the right direction? And that was where we left it yesterday. And I'd like to hear a little bit of input from you all, and AJ, maybe you can kind of guide this piece of it for us, just as a first shot, just what you all believe as a staff are the most important goals up there. Just let's not get into detail with them at this point. I think that's the next step. But we've got to figure out what top-level metrics are before we start talking about what the departmental metrics are. So do you want to kind of wrap that up as we're working on item 6 here?
Sure. I think we all know that, I can't tell. You can hear me okay with this? I think we all know that coming out of yesterday, that far and away the most important item was food trucks.
More of?
Yeah, that's what I heard. More of, more often, more locations.
You're a quick study.
The staff tried to tell me I was wrong, but I knew I heard it right. I knew that. I think, just thinking about how you just framed the question, Mayor, I don't think it's our role necessarily to tell you what we think is the most important. You come up with 6 initiatives, or I'm a little bit maybe lost in our terminology, but initiatives or strategic areas or what somebody wants to call them. And there's no question that as you go through them, there are a list of things that are important to you, and so therefore they're important to the community. And as a staff, we want to be responsive to it. And I know that at least part of this wants to begin to talk about resource allocation and budgeting. And after 3 weeks, I don't know that I'm 100% there or that I'm 100% equipped to do that. But we want to be able to get to a point where coming off of this, we can, I talk about alignment a lot. We can make sure that organizationally we're aligned to do the things that are important to you. But that also, we can demonstrate to you, we can suggest to you in the 26-27 budget, and then we can ultimately adopt a budget that has resources aligned with your priorities. And so one thing we are prepared to do today is, and really to the senior staff's credit, we're prepared to speak to some specific, in some cases, know that they meet the sort of strict interpretation or definition of a metric or a measurable, but in some cases there'll be deliverables. In some cases we have some specific recommendations that we might suggest for, or would offer up for how to measure the effectiveness here. Some of these things, and I've used this example a couple times in the last few years, or last few days. There's a famous, in the 1960s, there was an obscenity case that went before the United States Supreme Court, and then Chief Justice said, basically, I won't attempt to define it, but I know it when I see it. I remember learning that and studying that, and that's always made sense to me. And I think there are a lot of things on here that don't necessarily require a definition, but you'll know it when you see it. And there are certainly things here that, try as we might to make them purely objective, they're still going to be subjective. And just even thinking back to yesterday, to how we talked about no, I can't find it. Whatever, the one that began as responsible or reasonable development, and the discussion about, what one person finds reasonable, somebody else, might not. So all by way of saying, I think we're prepared today, and let's be honest, mostly they're prepared today, to respond to a lot of the specific ideas and points and initiatives that you brought up. I hope that you'll be somewhat impressed by the extent to which the senior staff was able to kind of anticipate some of the things you were going to say and propose, and are prepared to be responsive to it. And then finally, I just wanted to say one thing, if I could, about yesterday. It was actually a great exercise for me to listen to our staff give you an update on all the items in the strategic plan. And it struck me, and I said this to the group yesterday, I hope you're all, and they're all really proud of what has happened. This is a terrific community. This is a great agency. There is so much right here, as is the tendency sometimes for a lot of us. We look in the mirror and our eyes are automatically drawn to what we don't like the best. And some of that happens here, and it should. We need to critically assess and critically evaluate. But I also think, coming off of a day like yesterday, it's really important for us to take a moment and recognize that some really, really good work has been done. And I'll leave you with one point, and then we can transition to however detailed you want to get if you want to hear from the staff. But I walk away from yesterday and from really 3 and change weeks here so far with the unmistakable opinion or impression. There are about 10,000 cities across the United States that would kill to trade places with us right now, today. Do we have problems? Yep. Can we do some things better? No question. Is there room for improvement? Always. But Edmond, I think, needs to look at a day like yesterday and say, we have a lot of things going in the right direction, and there's incredible opportunity to improve upon them. And will we face budget challenges and all those kinds of things? Of course. But we'll work through them in a collaborative way. I appreciate Councilman Watterson saying that a second ago. We'll work through them in a collaborative way. We're here to be your resource and to help you, achieve your objectives and get to your goals. And so with that, if you're ready, we can start to respond to the points, or if you want to hold off on that for a minute, we can.
Let's hold off on that. Let's get through this top-level metric.
Okay.
And I suspect that from our 6 strategic vision statements that we've come up with, that we may have a couple of them that it's just deliverables that we're looking for to move the needle. And we'll find out as we get into it, but anytime we can put objective, data-driven measurables in place, we need to do that, because it's a whole lot easier to explain to the public what's going on. So if we could, we'll just kind of walk through them in order, and I want council's input, but there's going to be times, I can already tell you, because I sat and thought about it for hours last night, until the Thunder game started. How do we measure that?
Then your focus shifted.
And then focus totally shifted, so, for anybody that stayed up that late. So number one is we envision a long-term comprehensive infrastructure system. And when you say that and you look at what the goals are, 5-year street and road plan, which includes sidewalks, water treatment plant, and utility infrastructure, is there a measure there? Is there an index there? Are we looking for a deliverable that says, we got to focus on this? And I look at the 4 of you, I know what I would probably do on that, because there's only obviously so much we can do in 12 months. And then we've got to look at it again. We've got to we've got to, we've got to readjust the sites as we continue to move forward. But to me, that goal number A, letter A, 5-year street and road plan, having that deliverable in place, a plan, in my mind, that would be similar to what ODOT does with their 8-year plan, which is very public-facing, so that people know what's on the plan, know what the expectations are, so that if all of a sudden a future council starts drifting from that vision of how we solve the street and road problem, you've got something to fall back on and say, stick to the plan.
Yeah, I think this one's a deliverable of a plan. I agree with you, and I expect it to be very data-driven, just like the process we talked about for the dedicated tax funds that were just approved. What occurred to me on this one last night was we don't really have one that says like improve the infrastructure, the road infrastructure this year, right? We have, to me, that first one is a deliverable of a plan, which is going to take some time to develop, and probably, with CIP and with Brad's ranking system and all that, like that's going to output a list, I think a prioritized list essentially. But I think in the meantime, we don't really have anything on here that's like, we want to improve PCI this year, right? We want to improve throughput this year. We want to reduce accidents this year. So it feels like we may need to add an item D or something for that. I don't know how y'all feel about that, but to actually improve the condition of our streets and the traffic situation in 2025, right? Because I think A will be delivered to us mid-year, something like that, and then it'll inform priorities for 2020, for next year, 27, right? But we don't really have anything that's driving that.
Well, and that's where I was scratching my head last night, because, we're in the middle of the water treatment plant project. We're going into phase 3. Okay, we're going into phase 3. When it's complete, that's already on the board. We're moving that direction. It's just, are we doing it or not? And the utility infrastructure is all about just creating a system that we know we can support. But you're right. I don't see anything that says we're working on streets improvement. And then how do you measure that if you put that in there?
Yeah, to me, that's an understood, a given. The bigger question is, how do you measure it? I mean, when we're talking about 5-year street and roads, or even if we boil that down, as Preston said, to 12 months, which I like that idea, because there's a lot of dynamics. I'm sure Steve and others can tell us all about how certain things are going to change as we get down the road in some of those. But for a 12-month, and I would hazard a guess that that's pretty well laid out already in terms of projects and different things queued up based on street ratings, pavement ratings, different things. So I don't think that's a huge thing to be able to put up there another vision. We want to see road improvement. Well, heck yeah, we do. That's why we have 5-year street and roads there near the top. So that's kind of a given. Mm-hmm. It's more about how does that look, or how do we measure that? And I think if we're plowing assets and resources into it as fast as we can, as much as we can, I think that's going to be a metric we look at. How many improvements? What do we do with it? So I don't know. It's probably just me. I get to a point after a while. Okay, I'm visioned out. Let's put down some action steps. Let's get to it. Let's get on with it. Do the job, whatever you want to call it. And that's kind of where I am with that. Yeah, we can add D that says, okay, we want to see street improvement. Okay, duh. I mean, isn't that goal of the whole thing? So I don't know that it needs to be written down for me, is all I'm saying.
Well, Mr. Lawrence, just pretend for a moment you're the Secretary of Transportation, and if you talk about the 8-year plan, whatever it is, that works. It's a lot better than what it was years ago. And so if you were to come up with an 8-year plan, this is a 5-year plan, it might take you 4 or 5 hours to have a rough draft, and it might take you 6 months to get a final document. But I think I know what they're saying, and I tend to agree with that you can do that. And you've probably already got it in the can somewhere. It just needs to be revitalized or freshened up a bit. But if you could do that, I think that solves the problem in terms of how we're going to go about a 5-year plan to improve our streets and roads and sidewalks. And so I would suggest that we turn to you to produce a plan, and just as they do at ODOT. I mean, those 7 commissioners roll in there once a month, and they say, yeah, we like it, let's go with this. And that, I think that would be a good template or a working document for us to work from. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so what I would say is with a 5-year plan, I would say we effectively have a plan. It's not a cohesive, comprehensive, all put together in one place, published document. We do have plans for resurfacing roads this year. We do have plans for widening roads. We have plans for applying for grants for additional capacity improvements. So we have a plan. It is a matter of getting it all into one place. I would say as far as kind of metrics and looking at what we're accomplishing with that plan, I would say is that part of our plan should be including the metrics that we're going to be looking at with the plan. And so, this work product that we're looking at, putting together a 5-year plan, part of that plan, the data and we'll be looking at a lot of different kind of data sources. We've got a lot of good background. We've got the Edmond shift study that was done. We've got the CI. We've got the GeoBond, group that met and came up with, and I think we'll probably in the future do some more citizen surveys and kind of get back to that. We've got staff input. We've got our metrics of our pavement condition index, and so we've got a lot of different data sources, and getting those together, looking at what's the best way to move forward with the plan, and looking at key metrics that we can look at. Obviously, on the pavement, it's going to be a pavement condition index number that we can look at for progress. We'll need to look at other areas as far as trying to figure out whether it's level of service at specific intersections or crash rates or those types of things. And I think that needs to be discussed as we're putting together this plan. And so those are the type of things that will take a little bit longer in the plan and I'm trying to figure out what the right forum is to discuss that with staff and the public is when we're looking at, we've heard roads. Well, mostly, our resurfacing, reconstruction projects, basically the maintenance and upkeep is one track. And with that, we're going to be doing sidewalks and ADA requirements and everything else with that. Separately, we'll have capacity improvements, intersections, those types of things, and on a separate track. And those will likely be set up with a pipeline of projects. We want to get back to having just a pipeline of projects at various states of development for capacity improvements that we can maximize federal funding and get as much, size them specifically to maximize the federal funding dollars we can get and maximize that avenue. With those, we will also include sidewalks and pedestrian and everything else that has been recommended. We'll have other inputs that we need going along through the process. We've got this overall pavement condition index for the city. We've got an average. We're going to be recommending probably trying to get to, we're at a 65 citywide. Oklahoma City's at a 75. They were at a 60 20 years ago before their bond program. They've steadily increased. We'll probably be looking at doing something similar to that. We'll probably target 70 initially as an industry standard of trying to get to this pavement condition citywide. But it's also figuring out all the things about how we're going to test that. What are the methods of going through and testing it and keeping that updated annually? So there's a lot involved in the plan. I think it's a great, to have it all in one place. I think it's going to be helpful for staff. I think it'll be helpful for the public. We'll probably start out general with arterials, move our way into smaller roads. It'll incorporate East Edmond. I think what I'm getting at is there's a lot to putting together the plan. A lot of it we'll have to do, we'll need some priorities set by council, CIP advisory boards, all the different types of commissions that we go to for advice as we go through that process. And that's generally what will take the most time at putting that plan together. We've already got a good head start on it, as you said. So those are the type of things we need to know. But I think part of the product is coming up with what are those measurables going to be for the plan as we move forward. I'll offer up one thing there, since some of that is so technical and can be so data-driven, such that you can get lost in it. Not that I don't have a deep appreciation for pavement condition index reports. They're awesome. Who hasn't curled up with a PCI report on a Friday evening with a, but I don't know, I don't want to get lost in terminology and lost in mechanics here, but if the council would view what we do today as the start of a strategic plan that is a living document, it's not a static document. By definition, I think it has to be dynamic. It's got to be responsive to changing needs and changing conditions. If the council was willing to view it sort of through that lens as this is the beginning of a dynamic process, could I suggest kind of a two-pronged set of initial goals here? One, to come up with a plan, to have it driven by pavement condition index, whatever other kind of metric, crash data, average speeds, all those kinds of things, safety, all those kinds of things, for sure. But also, and I was reminded that the city put these documents out in advance of the recent sales tax election. And one of the things the city said is that all road improvements would ultimately be approved by the sitting city council through recommendations from the citizen-led CIP board, CIP advisory board. But also, those recommendations would be determined using citizen feedback. Would it make sense for now to have a two-pronged goal that says, A, staff, start working on the more data-driven, sort of in a vacuum, in your back office, come up with a report that outside of any kind of public input you would do, and then also engage the CIP advisory board. At their last meeting, I know they talked about wanting to come up with a plan and to make a recommendation to the city council. Would it make sense for now to have, I'm not trying to avoid the metric, I think you guys can add metrics later, but would it make sense for now to deal with this in kind of a two-pronged or two goals or two deliverables? One, prepare the plan over whatever time frame, 5 years, 8 years, whatever somebody prefers, or the council. And then two, task staff with coming up with that engagement plan. Is it in and through the CIP advisory board? Is it in and through some neighborhood meetings, some Edmond Matters meetings? Does that become a part of those meetings coming up? I know there are a couple others scheduled. Would it make sense to do something like that, knowing that we'll come back and report to you and we can amend and the plan can live and breathe as we go along, but also ultimately knowing that the expectation from staff is that we're going to present something to you in the 26-27 budget that's going to be responsive to these two goals?
Well, I personally, I think that, having the plan as a deliverable, as something that we can put out there, really starts that whole effort. Because, that's what, that's all we ever hear, right, is roads, 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 traffic, traffic, traffic. And, CIP board has come forward and said, we need a plan. Well, if we say, okay, guess what? The focus here for the next 12 months, and we believe is going to happen a whole lot faster, is we're going to put together that comprehensive 5-year plan. And we're going to figure out how to make it more solid and more visible than we've done in the past. I think that's a huge step in the right direction. Because when you start talking about, okay, what's a single metric, Steve, that you would explain to the public, we get back into that, well, okay, is resurfacing more important than widening or intersection improvement or sidewalks? I mean, all of a sudden, and at the top level, we don't want to have 4 metrics. We don't want, as a council, when we're talking to the public, when we're trying to explain or we go in the right direction, we don't want to have to deal with 25 or 30 metrics. We want like 6 or 7. So I think, you know, if we really focused on this as just a deliverable, I want to know what you all think, but just that plan as a deliverable, making it more dynamic as we step into this, I think it's a good step in the right direction.
Yeah, I think the deliverable is the key, just having the plan. And then I do think it needs to be a living document. The majority of our funding comes from CIP, so I think CIP is the primary board. This is already what you all are planning on doing with CIP to get ready for the 27 tax renewal, I think, anyway. So the key to me, though, the hard part of this is relative priority, like Mark said, because traffic and streets are very local, right? If you live by Mitch Park or if you live down by my house by 35, you only care about the roads you drive, right? So we need to have a system that is objective, that aggregates all the things you said, Steve, and things he mentioned, because resurfacing versus capacity versus turn lanes versus staying ahead of the PCI drop-off 40% thing, right? These are all relatively important, but we don't right now have a way to sort of give it an aggregate score or a weighted index or something so that we can prioritize those. So we can, so CIP can, so you all can. So that's what I think is the hard part, the hard work that goes into developing this plan. And I do think that's the main goal this year. I still think in the background we want to show PCI improvement in 2025, and we want to show crash reduction in 2025, right? There's some basic 2 or 3 or 5.
Well, yeah, and when
metrics
you get down to that
well.
department level, that's great,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
But it's what do we do up here at the very top? And that's what we need to help inform the public.
Yeah. So I don't want to overthink A. Like, I think A, the goal is to generate a plan in 2025, right? Review it with CIP, review it with us, deliver it, make it public. That's going to guide the priority list for what we're going to do with roads beyond that point. Full stop. That's all I expect there.
Can I make a comment about our process? Staff yesterday was tasked with showing us how they're going to make this happen. I think they had a huddle. I'm sure some of them, even though I told you not to, you probably lost sleep over it. But I would like to hear from them.
I know for a fact the police chief lost sleep. And he's going to demonstrate later.
I'd like to hear from them on what they came up with and what they just have in the back of their mind. And then perhaps maybe council, we could, they may say what we're already thinking as the experts in their field, and then maybe if we have things we could add or say, oh, that's not really what we were thinking, maybe we could go from there. But I just wonder if that would help us with efficiency, if staff could do their thing, and then maybe we can add comments.
Then we come back to our metrics, the top level metrics. Is that what you're saying? Hear from them.
Like what just happened,
Hear from them what they can do to support the goals, and then we can look at it and say, okay, let's pick out 4 to 7 things that we can measure at the very top.
Yeah, or maybe they already did that.
I think for each one we should hear their thoughts.
Yeah.
And then we can come back to this topic.
Line by line.
Yeah, because, we're not going to we don't want to have, as a council, we don't want to be talking about those high-level metrics where there's one for every single one of those goals. Because that just waters down the whole thing. You all obviously have got to work on that stuff, right? I mean, because that's what's important. But when we're trying to say we're strategically moving the right direction, as you all, I'm assuming, had in your meeting yesterday afternoon, there are some things that are more important than others. And how do we make sure that we're attacking the right stuff so that the citizens of Edmond understand that we're moving the right direction? So why don't we move on to 7? AJ, I'll let you lead this part, the discussion between council and staff to develop departmental goals and metrics. And then we can circle back around, come back to 6.
Look how excited the Chief Younger is. But yeah, I have to wait for a minute. It's not your turn yet. Actually, I think, Steve, you kind of answered, we'll just focus on A for the moment. You kind of answered a lot of these points a second ago, but do you want to go through your points again, please?
Yeah, I can. Yeah, you bet. So, with the overall road program, we've had multiple different, ways of looking at our roads. We've attacked it from a lot of different directions. And so I think the goal is to have an overall plan. In the past, we've spent, in East Edmond, we've had Oklahoma County do rural pavement sections. We've spent a very specific amount of money from our street and alley fund on that. That's all we've done. Now that we have all the data for all the roads, we can look at those and look at the volumes of traffic on each one and make sure that we're looking at not just, east of I-35, what Oklahoma County can do, but making sure that we're looking at every single road and using the best approach to take care of that. Many times it is working with the county in our interlocal agreements to get those taken care of. But also looking at, utilizing some of the CIP funding and other funding sources as well for those interlocal agreements. So that's one change that I know Keith has been working on those East Edmond roads for a while. Oklahoma County has said they can do up to 9 miles a year with us on those programs. So having the flexibility and then looking at that program overall. So in general, I think I mentioned that we have a 2-track plan. We've done this in a lot of other asset management across the city. I did it for water lines, sanitary sewer lines, where basically you've got the rehabilitation aspect. You've got to look at the plan for seeing just maintaining what you've got and setting budgets and setting goals for that, as well as the second prong to that, which is the capacity improvements. It's the very same thing on water, or wastewater. You've got throughput that you need in certain areas that you're lacking. Needs to be handled the same way. But when you replace, for instance, what we're doing at Danforth and Kelly, we're making capacity improvements, we're making safety improvements, but at the same time, we're replacing all the pavement with concrete. We don't have to worry about that pavement for a really long time. So it also improves, the rehabilitation side. So it's got to be a living document. Flexibility is key. We want to be opportunistic with it. We always want to look at kind of low-hanging fruit or things that are very small projects that we can incorporate. So it needs flexibility. We talked a little bit about pavement condition. That's going to be one of those internal drivers that we're looking at right now. We just do arterial roads because that's all we've got funding to do. Our local streets are really lacking because they just don't have the volume. We get the most for our dollar on the arterial roads that everybody drives on. And so we'll look at, setting up different ways to approach those. We'll look at, probably initially the plan will start with arterials and we'll work our way into including the minor streets. So streets deteriorate at various rates. Arterials, why we focus on them is because they deteriorate fastest with most traffic. So once again, flexibility in the plan. We'll probably do a longer plan than a 5-year plan just because I think that's easier for us as well. Many of these road projects take 4 years from the time you talk about them and to getting funding to moving forward. So having a kind of a longer pipeline is kind of what I envision. We'll use input from various sources. We've talked about that. Let's see, So, one thing that Preston was alluding to was that in the CIP committee, they're all advisory board, we're trying to figure out, we've got road projects, but we've got sidewalk projects, or we've got bicycle projects. We've got, Edmond Shift accommodates a lot of multimodal things. And so part of the process, we'll be going through and figuring out either a matrix or something else that helps the advisory boards prioritize, is it capacity? Is it pavement condition? Is it multimodal? Is it bicycle? Is it pedestrian friendly? And part of that will probably be, and what Edmond Shift kind of focused on was, pedestrian areas and looking at making those improvements there. But we'll need a matrix, some kind of feedback on how to, when we've got a grant for, a great pedestrian project versus another project. It's those funding decisions that are the difficult ones for the advisory boards and everyone else to make on, we've heard roads. This is a bicycle lane. It's also important, it's an Edmond Shift. What is our matrix to figure out which projects kind of make it to the top? So that will be important kind of moving ahead.
Hey, once we have a first cut at that, I think we should do a workshop on it with us too, right? That's going to be the most important part of this whole thing.
Yeah.
Mr. Lawrence, without going all engineer on you here.
Yes.
The public expectation is a list,
Yes.
and then a line drawn through it when it's completed. That's what they want to see.
Yes.
So that would be my metrics, if you can slowly start drawing a line through these.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you want to keep moving, or do you want to talk about A? I mean, have we established that for now, the metric for A is a plan that'll be presented to you? I'll skip the date unless you want to provide a back end, but a plan that'll be presented to you for a specific adoption that we can then turn around and push out to residents and say, here's the laundry list, and then we'll have a ceremonial magic marker that will go through each one when we cross it off.
I think we're good on that one.
Okay.
We'll let Barry do that.
Hanging on the wall.
Do you want to move on then to B, water treatment plant?
Absolutely.
Okay. Chris?
Oh, boy. Water treatment plant, so this has been a fun one over the years, the last 12 years that we've talked about it. Couple things that came to mind. First one being complete the rate study and then council adoption of rates to support the project. It's not going to matter much if we have the project ready to bid and go out if we can't fund it. So after the first of the year, we should be wrapping up the rate study, bringing it back to Public Works Committee, council, going through that. So there'll be some tough conversations when we get to that point. And then, we'll proceed forward with coming back, talking about approval to go to bids with the project. And so it'll be very open, and it'll come back to you more times than you probably like to see it. But it ties into how are we going to get it done? Well, we can't get any of it done if we can't fund it. So rates are in place for a portion, but I promise you that they're not in place for all of it. And that's a conversation that we've got to have, and it'll be done after the first of the year. No, nobody wanted that to be their Christmas present. So. And then for the water plant itself, the phase 3, and then ultimately phase 4 being a really small demolition of the old facilities. But reporting back in milestones, when we get through with permitting, when we get out to bid, and then throughout the construction percentages, whether it's the dollar amount spent or the time-weighted value with dollars, whatever, we can come up with something that makes sense. Looking at the dollars, I don't know, makes sense, but maybe percent complete overall when we weight everything in. And just reporting that on a regular basis, whether it's monthly, quarterly, whatever you all want to see it, it'll be there. I mean, we do our quarterly project updates that are on the website. I know everybody follows those very closely. But however you all want to see that. And, you know, we'll talk more about the water plant itself. It's really fun for me to talk about, really boring for everybody to talk about water treatment process. So. And then just one last thing, you know, while I'm selling, you know, like measurement and talking about C, if you don't mind me jumping ahead just a little bit, but I think for me, our whole capital improvement program that we brought through Public Works Committee this year, taking a different approach to that, but showing all the projects and where we're at, and then reporting back, this is what we've got done, and you know, whether it's the Public Works Committee, Council, however it's done, showing percentage complete in dollars and you know, projects, the number of projects that are out there and what percent complete they are. And of course, we can get Mr. Moore his marker so he can mark off projects as it'll be really big. We're going to get you the largest marker you've ever seen. Giant poster board and all that.
Fun size.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. But when we go through and do a rate study, we've got a list of projects and, you know, just adhering to the capital improvement. If there are changes that need to be made, then we're coming back to you anyway. So, you know, just, it's easy for us to track because we're tracking it. It's just a different way of showing it. And I know we show it to Public Works Committee, but we've been working on a dashboard that's public facing that we can put on our website to show where we're at, and they can drive down to some level from the public view. Getting into every little detail is a little much, but high level, what projects are going on and when. So,
Chris, just a very, very probably minor point, but something I want to see us change. And I don't expect the engineers to think in these terms. I do think Bill will probably think in these terms, but it's great that it's on our website. I don't, if somebody wants to go there, fantastic, but I don't want that to be our lead. We message small messages out, percent complete on X project, and then you drive people to the website. You don't expect them to go there first, okay? And that's something I think in a lot of these things we need to change. The key thing in marketing of any kind is driving people to your website. But you don't say, just go to your website. You give them a message with a link that takes them to that. And so just something I want to see us add to that thought process in terms of how we do that with the people, the citizens of Edmond. So.
and certainly not trying to be me here, but I'm going to be. So we message a lot about the water plant improvements over the past decade, and it's still amazing to me how much time and effort we've put into it, and people don't know that the water plant exists. So
I feel your pain. I think that's true in anything and everything.
Yeah.
You can do stuff for years and still your customers, your patrons, your whatever go, I didn't know that. I mean, you just have to accept that's part of it.
yeah, and it to me it's fine. I understand the water comes on. I'm glad that it does, and that's our goal. And to be a hidden piece of infrastructure, that's fine. That's where I like to live. And it's probably better that I do live there, but We do like to tell our story. It's hard for people to want to hear it if it's not affecting them at that time, so. And it's not a knock on any of it, because Bill does a great job. I think it's just a tough thing to message, so.
So I think what I'm hearing on the water treatment plant, which I like in terms of metrics, so rate study being number one probably, and then two would be, once we like finalize that, and what we're gonna do about that, then you kind of have to baseline your plan for the year, right, and then measure percent complete on that. So I think the combination of rate study and percent complete, to me, would be the two things I would watch on item B. On C, I'm interested, maybe for you and Glenn both, like, do you guys view, C is here based on your comment yesterday, Glenn. So when we're talking about having capacity for growth, do you guys view it as like, we have so much capacity and we diminish that capacity as development happens? Like if we were to measure how ready are we for growth in Edmond from a utility perspective, is that how we look at it? Is it like I've got, and you'd have to do it based on parts of town and then average it into an index or something, but like at some point we hit our limit. I think that's ultimately what we're trying to get ahead of here, right, is not hitting our limit on utility capacity.
I think for any utility, I'm speaking for water, wastewater, and of course Glenn can chime in. But we start planning for the next expansion at 90%. That is the industry standard, and that's just how it's got to be. We are past 90%. We hit 100% regularly and have. Our water use is, and wastewater from when I started here 21 years ago is the same as it was then, and Edmond has grown a lot in 21 years. So we've been really effective at conserving, but the days of, when we're not going to have capacity for growth is, that's the reality of where we're hitting. And I don't know how we would necessarily report that, but we can't pretend that growth is not going to happen if the city's focus is smart growth, so.
Well, it would almost have to be like projected capacity, right?
Yeah, and that's done through master planning, at least on our end. Glenn can just put a substation out wherever he wants, and it's, no, it's a longer term issue for water, but when we did the master plan, it's looking at long term and what is Edmond going to look like, and that's based on plans that are adopted through council. It's not, we don't come up with our own set of numbers. We're conservative with them, but.
Yeah, what do you think?
Very similar to what Chris said. We look at a 50-year window as far as capacity, what we think we're going to need as far as supporting growth. Unlike Chris, with one water treatment plant, we have 9 substations that kind of serve pockets. And so we look at the areas that those substations serve as far as what the capacity is in that area, but we also want those substations to be able to back each other up in case there's an issue. So if you recall, last year we actually issued bonds for the first time. That's to support one new substation, the expansion of 2 others. So over the last 7 years, we've been increasing the capacity of our transformers within the substation. Danforth and Eastern primarily, we added 15 megawatts of capacity. So we've been looking at this for a long time. We're also looking at our feeder circuits as far as the capacity to support that coming out of the substation, kind of think it as a water hose. If you have a really small water hose and a really big faucet, that faucet's not going to do you any good if you cannot get the water volume out of it. Same thing with electric. So we're reconductoring a lot of things like that. So we're planning for the capacity growth throughout the city. I think we're really positioned well.
So it's just how do we measure this one, right? That's the challenge, I think.
So, can I make a suggestion? I think you, Councilman Watterson, talked about the metric for B being a rate study, and then an identification of milestones, thinking specifically about water, wastewater. an identification of milestones, so there's a way to chart progress through design and construction. So that would be a deliverable, or a metric, or a deliverable for B, a rate study, and an identification of milestones and a way to chart progress.
So I think, yeah, and I think quarterly is appropriate. I do read your reports, but probably many people don't, but I think quarterly is about the right. We got to figure out probably among us, like, what we want that cadence to be, but these are all gonna, like, there's gonna be a pile of things, and how often do we want to look at them is a question we need to probably hit at the end.
I think quarterly makes sense. I mean,
Monthly feels like too much.
Well, monthly, it's like an old mentor of mine.
Well, you
used to-
won't, I'm sorry, I thought you were.
I used to say, one rose don't make a summer, and so you start looking at things too quickly, and it doesn't have much relevance.
Well, you won't see a ton of advancement in some of these. I mean,
Yeah.
big increments come over time. And then for C, would it make sense to define a metric as a comparison of capacity to demand, and then have some ability to project demand? So you'd have an understanding, almost, not literally in a real time, but in a real time and a projected basis, you'd have a way to compare capacity and demand.
That makes sense to me. I think, I worry on this one is we're going to make it harder than it needs to be. And so I would look to you guys to just, you know, I think you understand the overall intent is that we're, as you said, Glenn, yesterday, like, we're trying to make sure we're ahead of this stuff, that when development comes through, or when we need to do stuff as a city, that we're not, you know, we don't have, you know, capacity for that. So that makes sense to me. But if that, you know, I guess if you guys are already sort of monitoring that, maybe that's an easy answer and that's good enough.
For me, that's just something that we track, and you could just see the numbers, you know, quarterly, annually, whatever it is. It just could be, I mean, Randy gets it once a month. I know he just loves seeing it constantly. But, so, I mean, it's easy for us to track. Now, if you want to get into every detail of which substation or.
No.
Yeah. No. So I think it's easy to say, yes, we're at 80%, 90, you know, and then just have the two things that are going to cause problems after that. 90% where we need to be planning, 100% not good.
Yeah.
So we can just say this is what
So-
happens at that, and here's where we're at.
Just an example to illustrate how it might go. So what's the 33A thing that came through a while, the big development in East Edmond? 15A, sorry, wrong highway, wrong road. That's one where it's a big enough thing to where it could cause you, it probably did cause both of you to, like, trip your limit, right? You probably were already planning for it, but something like that comes along. We're projecting with everything we know about that's going to be developed, we have 90% or more capacity, or sorry, we're not going to exceed 90%. And then something like that comes along and puts it at 150. Then you have to just adjust your plan, right, to accommodate that. So then, you know, that's kind of the forward look, I think, that we would want to have for something like that. Right? You would only report it, tripping it, if we don't have a plan to accommodate it, basically.
AJ, let me ask you a question. So if electric, water, wastewater, solid waste, whatever we're talking about, rolled up into this, if each one of those were reporting that demand as a percentage of capacity, then you could literally roll it up for an index number, which would show us, you know, we're at 84%. I think that's what we're interested in, is that top level when you're monitoring the individuals. Because otherwise, you know, we're doing like you see in so many instances where you're out there putting out so many numbers. When you say, well, here are the numbers, people, and they're like, give me a break. I mean, you know, it's like the wall of shame. How many numbers can I put on the wall? And people just ask, well, where do I start? What does it mean? So if we can, in this category, if we can come up with a single number, I think we're better off. It doesn't mean that the city manager is not working individually, but it's a whole lot easier to say what happened, because if all of a sudden we spike from one quarter to the next 84 to, you know, 91, what are we going to say? We're going to say what happened. I think that's just an
Signal.
easier way to get there.
Maybe a signal that we need to allocate more money to that next year, right? I mean, that's, I think, the idea.
Or to say, oh, wait, it's all because of demand on water, and we're back in the summer months, and we had an unexpected occurrence, so.
Well, Chris mentioned it, so yes, I think we can do that, and I think we can tinker with format a little bit. Chris mentioned something that I think is pretty important, and that's that rate study. And I haven't had any involvement with this one yet, but I've done it previously, the water and wastewater rate study. That's going to be a big, impactful report, and that's going to be something that the council is going to want to spend some time and want to dive in. I think they're interesting, so Chris isn't alone, but I think that will inform a lot of your decision-making going forward and a lot of your analysis going forward. Okay, so I think we have 3 deliverables or metrics, whatever term we're using here, for long-term comprehensive infrastructure system. Agreed? Okay. Want to go on? Okay. The next section is strategic economic growth, and this is where we might have to provide our guest a mulligan, who apparently doesn't feel well. But comprehensive economic development strategy, including policies and procedures. Maybe the council could give us a little more insight about what you want there. I mean, we can all read the words and understand the words, but what specifically are you looking for? And then we can turn around a time to come back to you with, did we hit it or did we not? What are you looking for?
Well, I think in the short, and I'll ask Heather to address in detail, but some of the things that we've talked about are more defined policies. And in terms of that, I think we've seen a drastic change in the last 10 years of anybody and everybody request some type of incentives, usually, especially the bigger the development, the bigger the commercial, whatever, the more that's going to be a huge part of it, and is how we measure those things, and we've made some progress in that end with Jennifer and with some software, analyzing economic impact studies and that kind of thing. But more importantly, some policies, procedures that are passed through council that for who qualifies and up to what based on size, and just some different things. What do we look for in terms of not just sales tax, although that's hugely important, but job creation and how do we reward and retain existing businesses? And I don't want to steal all your thunder, Heather. If you feel well enough, you might ask you to talk about a little bit about your vision and some of the things you see we need.
We want you to come up front.
Can you hear me? Well, thank you for allowing me to be here today. I apologize, I was not able to be here with you yesterday. But as Phil was saying, and I do want to echo something that AJ said earlier today, you all have a lot of really amazing things in this community. The very things that brought me here on a personal level, are the very things that are bringing me here on a professional level. You have the 3rd largest university right in your backyard. You have a highly educated community with almost a 60% bachelor attainment rate. Thank you. And as we move forward, we're projected to grow, 30,000 to 50,000 in population over the next decade. And I think it's time for us to take a look at it. We're no longer a population of 100,000 is no longer considered a bedroom community. So how do we take and look at our population growth for the future, and how do we keep those individuals not only living here, but working here? And I think it has to be a twofold approach. I think we have to create and save space to both recruit what I would call primary industry that creates what we call livable wages and traditional economic development standards. When you do that, right, retail follows what we call beds and heads, jobs and households. And I think that you would naturally see an increase, right, in some of that softening of sales tax revenue. There would be a natural increase when you do this twofold approach. So I am a proponent of a comprehensive development strategy. I think it's going to be a two-pronged approach. I think that we've got to work together collectively. We don't operate, you've probably heard this term before, but economic development is a marathon, not a sprint. You can't slap a Band-Aid on it and create a quick fix. It's going to take a long-term strategy so that we're moving from a reactional standpoint to a proactive, intentional standpoint. And so I think you do that with some measurable KPIs. You build out a 2 to 5 year roadmap on how we're going to do that. I think we have to look at investments, creating a recurrent revenue stream, right, that is dedicated to part of the nature of the game now is incentives. No one wants to hear it or talk about it, but that's really the nature of the game now. So how do we do that? We've got to take a look at about building a dedicated funding stream, not only for that, but for infrastructure, right? So we can be intentional and make sure that our forward and future growth doesn't outpace our infrastructure. And so it's going to take all of us in here working collaboratively and sitting around the room together to build out what that plan does. We don't operate in a silo. EEDA is not a silo. We can't do development without the city and without the county and without the council and without police and fire that make our community safe and without electric and public works. All of us have to work together to build out that strategy. To Phil's point, I think you could build out a 2 to 5 year plan. We could make it data driven. We could build a roadmap with some measurable KPIs on increasing job performance, sales tax revenue. I want to do marketing strategy. To Phil's point earlier, how do you bring people to visit your website? Not only your website, but your town. And so I think that there's some, I know we applied for a marketing grant. We're going to be bold and intentional in our storytelling after the first of the year, and we want to collaborate. We think we have a great story. Edmond has a wonderful story, and we want to continue to promote that. So questions from, I don't know if I answered your question. I'm sorry.
I think that's good. There's certain things that tie into this.
Sure.
One of which is I think you've already been here long enough to worked with enough people who, as we're trying, as I like to say, attract capital to this city, which is important to produce the revenue source that we need. But part of that's process improvement. That's last on that section 2D.
Sure.
And I think
building out guidelines, right? So that it's, developers or business and industry that are moving into Edmond, they have clear guidelines. It's not a question of when's it going to happen. We have clear timelines. We can get you, we know that if you come to us within 90 days, we can have an answer and approval. If it's 90 to 120, I think it's being strategic and looking at, right now we're at an 18 to 21% vacancy rate with existing buildings. Is that developing a revitalization, policy or plan moving forward? And is that, I'm probably going to say a scary word for some, but being strategic in where we implement TIF districts and looking at what those look like and creating policy within those of what that will look like. And then that's part of the KPI in the 2 to 5 year plan. Have we decreased in X, we're at 18 to 21% right now, but in 5 years from now, have we got that down to more market level, which is between 12 and 15%? And developing clear guidelines. I know Lena's worked on this too, of looking at, what's an incentive inside a small retail box versus a big retail box. And then that's a separate incentive from what we go back to industry and primary job, what I call primary jobs. And those would have measurables. And keep in mind, they're all performance-based. They're not upfront, right? We're holding people accountable. And then when they don't achieve their metric, we're protecting ourselves, right? Because let's face it, sometimes there's going to be bad development, right? And not every project we're going to win. And so a lot of projects fall through, into the process. But bad development will find a way to weed itself out.
You might share a little bit, if you have a vision regarding, I know we're not supposed to talk about acquisition, but about strategically planned,
Sure.
owned property, or, I think you can allude to the university district plan and how that controls some of the strategic.
Yeah, right. You're absolutely right. So when you look at incentive tools
Heather,
and
can
what
you
you have.
pause for just a moment?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Robertson, can you please kill that air conditioner? I'm freezing to death. Thank you. Sorry about the interruption.
No, you're fine. I think about when we talk about tools and our proactive approach and how we can control some of the development. I think it's fair to say that maybe we perhaps look at land acquisition. I can tell you from the community that I came from, we owned 2 industrial parks. And what that did for us was it allowed us 10 years to put infrastructure in place, right? Roads, extend sewer, electric, build capacity, and then recruit and be very intentional on the type of companies that we wanted to come. But we had control over that, right? If you don't have control and you don't have those tools, and people continue to buy up our land, we're at the mercy of that development versus us controlling it. And so I think there is an opportunity. And again, I'm going to go back to the marathon thing, right? Sometimes it's Field of Dreams. You build it and they will come. And sometimes those things take. And sometimes I would say economic development isn't always sexy, right? It's the hard job. We're here, and Lena can attest, and Sarah can attest, and AJ can, those who have worked projects, you're in the trenches all the time. There's a lot of behind the scenes moving parts, but I think we are, I think if you look at our growth, I think we do have an opportunity, right, to be very strategic and intentional about where we want to be 10 to 15 years from now.
Let me ask you, you kept referring back to your KPIs.
Sure.
And as we look at this moving forward, once again, the public is going to be saying, are we doing it right?
Right.
How would you respond? What's the metric that you would stick out there in front of our citizens to say, we're going the right direction?
I think that's a great question, and I think that's fair, right? I think if you're transparent with data, we have to do that at all times. We have to show them where we are, what our starting base is. And then I think measurable KPI, again, going back to lowering the empty building vacancy rate, looking at, and sales tax is going to take some time. That's not going to be an easy rebound, right? We're going to have to be intentional about going back to the type of retail we recruit. When you lose 75% of your daytime population to Oklahoma City, that's hard. When you keep people in town all day, that's when you can start capturing some of that lead. And then I think looking at consumer trends. We have a highly educated, very wealthy community, right? What is the type of retail that they're shopping at? I think most of us in this room, and I'm going to get back to your question, but I want to throw this out here, is all of us who have sat down, right, with your financial advisors, what is the one thing they tell you to do? Diversify, right? You don't put all your eggs in one basket. And that's what the state of Oklahoma learned, the whole state learned the hard way when we were primarily oil and gas driven. And I can say that. I mean, my late husband was from oil and gas, and I'm thankful for that. We have to look at diversifying Edmond's economy, right? And so going back to your KPIs, I think it's twofold. What are we doing to attract primary industry? What is the sales tax rate? How are we lowering vacancy rate? What's the traction that we're bringing? What is the visitor? Looking at Visit Edmond, what is the hotel lodging? I think all of those numbers are the KPIs that will help tell a story.
So give me one or two, the biggies.
The biggest right now?
Because think about what a average citizen is going to say. What are we doing to generate growth in Edmond?
Sure. I think the first one is lowering occupancy rate, and then I think jobs. Are we increasing job numbers, people that work here?
You meant vacancy rate, right?
Vac-
You don't want to
vacancy.
lower the occupancy. You're not kicking
No, no,
anybody
no,
out.
I want that, yeah, sorry, sorry.
Well, we'll say it in the positive. We want to know what the occupancy rate is.
Sure.
Because we don't want to measure.
I meant the vacancies of empty buildings,
Yes,
sorry.
to AJ's point, we don't want to measure the negative. We want to talk about how good we're doing, not
That's
how
right.
bad we're doing.
That's right. That's right.
Okay,
And
thank
I
you.
think they have to be fair, right? You know, we're trying to, we want to look at where we're at right now and what's trending for the future. And I've had a great opportunity to talk to Dr. Dulledge with, superintendent, and I've talked to UCO. And so you have all those things, and you look at what are going to be the trends 10 years from now, and then you start developing workforce pipelines for the trends that are going to be happening later, right? So
So, council, would it make sense, Heather described, for what it's worth, I agree with her. Heather described drafting a 2 to 5 year, I think was the time frame you suggested, a 2 to 5 year plan that would be presented to the council. And then within that, the identification of a couple of those indicators, whether it's vacancy rates, I think probably assessed valuation, maybe is someplace in there, maybe there's a job. I mean, whatever the metric is, or whatever the thing is. But does that make sense to have the development of a 2 to 5 year plan comes back to council for approval, and then you decide at that point on what those specific measurables are?
Yeah.
Okay.
Of course, Preston has a comment, though.
Of course. One of the things, I don't remember if it was you, Heather, or Jennifer, mentioned to me when we met was the policy aspect, I think, is really important. And so I don't think that plan will include the policies, but I think, I'm talking to Alina too, like the TIF policy, right? I think nailing that down seems to be a big priority, so we aren't doing one-off deals or things like that. So that's an important one to me. I don't know how the rest of you feel, but I would maybe add that as a deliverable too.
I think, so I don't think we, and Jennifer, feel free, and Lena, feel free to interject on this, and AJ. I don't want to be so tied down to policy that we hurt ourselves, because every project that comes is going to be different, and I mean that in terms of size. I think there can be some generalized guidelines and performance metrics on what we expect, but I think, I'm going to go back to dollar amount, right? I think those are going to change with investment and job creation numbers, but I do think we could have some generalized policy, but I don't want us to handhold ourselves and then lose a deal because we had these strict. So I think each time you do a deal, right, in economic development, there's some generalized guidelines that we're going by, but then they're each going to have their own nuance or niche to it, right?
I think that to that point,
Yeah.
as we've talked a few times we've gotten together, it comes down to the policy is the council is, should probably be deferring the recommendation from EEDA to us, not the other way around. I mean, we really need to have that input coming our way instead of us trying to lock into a standard, because it's like, we're not the experts. We're not going to be sitting there saying, okay, we're going to do this deal. It's no, do the math, do the analysis. Yeah, I mean, the way you get there will always change. But the policy can be, it starts with EEDA. I mean, and I really like that.
We'll definitely do that.
I agree that these projects will be nuanced. I agree with what Preston said. I would like there to be a policy we could review. In the short term, I would like there to be a workshop where we can discuss this more, but really need it to be a collaborative process between legal, the city manager's office, just making sure that we have some guidelines and some guardrails. So that's a pretty short-term goal, a thing that I would like to see.
I think that's part of that overall plan. I don't know. Especially the development of policies and procedures. And it is tricky, whether it's underwriting guidelines, economic development guidelines, whatever. You want some good guidelines, but to Heather's point, there has to be some flexibility in terms of how you do what you do, or else all of a sudden you've created a deal where you've locked yourself into a corner and you can't get out. And so I think it'd be an interesting conversation. Look forward to it. I don't know what you have specifically in mind about hard guardrails, I think, but,
I
you
don't
know,
know
if
either.
somebody can develop those, fantastic.
Maybe that's more of an action to do a workshop on that.
Yeah.
And then we talk more about it there rather than a deliverable here.
Yeah.
Can we add a deliverable for Buc-ee's as well?
That was
Just
in the
kidding, just
interview
kidding.
process.
That's now recorded for posterity.
I'm kidding.
No, that's good. Heather, you good? Okay.
Thank
Council,
you.
we good? Okay. I think the next item is Festival Marketplace, and Ken is at least going to begin.
Yes, thank you. On the Festival Marketplace master plan, we had in planning, we discussed a little bit, some options for what that might look like. Amount of stakeholder engagement that would be appropriate, what the outcome of that would be. Are we looking at like, is that like a master plan document, or is it simply, you know, a conceptual like plan set that would show what goes where, or has it got a strategy associated with it for, you know, attracting additional things or funding additional things that might go in that space? I think we kind of left some of those open questions to decide, to basically have this discussion with council to see where they thought, what they thought about those questions and where this might fall on their priority list. So that's kind of where we left it, if I'm recalling that correctly, and some other people in the room participated in that as well. So.
Well, so right now, we have where the former storage building used to be a gravel lot. And I know that Parks and Rec has programmed that, but I don't know what's next. And if it's continuing to be a gravel lot indefinitely, I don't have a problem with it, but it does look temporary. Yeah, I personally recognize the Festival Marketplace as, I mean, it's a community gathering place. Every Saturday when it's reasonable outside, that's where we have the farmers market, but I think there's more potential for events there. In the weekdays, it becomes a parking lot, and that's fine. But, you know, even, I'm not being critical, but the paint doesn't look super great on the awning, and when I think about Route 66 and how many people drive by it, that it's an opportunity to draw people in instead of it looking like kind of like a shed. I hope I'm not sounding too critical. It's just my perception of it. I just think it's a really important piece of downtown. I think it's an important piece of our community. So I just want to make sure that we're being intentional and not like reactive to like, you know, being like, well, what's going to happen? We don't really know. I would kind of like there to be a plan. And the storage building where it used to be, I think the location where it is now is actually better. And so I think that worked out. But when I see gravel, I think unfinished. And so yeah. I don't know what I want the end product to be. I guess the answer to that question
Yeah,
is.
I mean, in my mind, it was all the things you said, Ken. So exploring potential uses, configuration, commerciality. I mean, like, I feel like if you give this to Emily, she could knock this out. I mean, she has a very, a vision for, or a lot of ideas, I'll say. And so I think just setting her loose on this with maybe some help. Coming back in some sort of, I don't personally care if it's a document or a PowerPoint or something,
Yeah.
just something that explores those things. And then what do we want to do with this space in 10 years or 20 years, right? Do we want to commercialize it more? Do we want to build more buildings? Do we want to enclose the thing? Do we want to, whatever, stuff like that.
Can I add, and I'll just add one more thing. I shared with Preston, a city not that far from here, but they just produced a master plan for an area that's similar to this, and we both looked at it and we're kind of like, oh, that's really nice. And one of the pieces that they had was a play space. I mean, it wasn't like a typical playground, but it was really creative. And I've seen similar things. I think of Rogers, Arkansas. Having a, I mean, I have young kids. Having a playground in the middle of downtown would be like a dream. And that increases dwell time. So the longer that kids are happy, parents are happy, and they're continuing to spend money. So I know Littler Lawn used to kind of be that. There were some tables and cornhole and things like that kind of became that, but that was kind of in the middle of the city buildings. But this is more in the middle of commerce, and even more so on the other side of the train tracks, there's going to be more retail opportunities. So I just think it's a gem of a space, and I want to protect it. I don't know if protect's the right word, but I just want to have a plan for it. So, yeah.
Would it make sense to describe that as you want two things? You want a short-term maintenance plan?
Yes.
Make it look a little better, address some other maintenance issues or liabilities, but then a longer-term plan for utilization, maybe even monetization of it as an asset.
Yes.
I'm not suggesting that's not code for selling or anything like that, but finding some way to turn it into something that will generate revenue.
Yes, that's fine.
I don't know if that's the main priority, then. It's just exploring options, right?
Yeah.
Maybe commercial, maybe not. But
Yeah.
that's
And I
certainly
like
an
the
aspect of
playground
it, but I wouldn't say
idea.
it's the main intent.
Okay, I can rephrase that. A shorter-term maintenance plan.
Yeah.
Just a longer-term utilization plan.
Yes. You got it.
That sounds good.
Probably have money.
And I would like there to be citizen input, and I offered, like, I will help. I'll set up a card table at the farmer's market and ask people questions. I'm happy to do that. And I would want the farmers to have input. They use the space. But I think it can be something really special when the community feels that they have input on what it is. So,
Thank you.
sure.
Okay. Before Heather and Jennifer get out of here, one of the things to go back to where we were on 2A, one of the things that's really important, and it's important, I consider all of us a team, but to think about and to give more intentional input about is the tools and resources available. And I would love to see us do something, and you guys are going to have to lead in this, some kind of a best practices, or I don't know what else to call it, a survey, whether it's based upon per capita, whether it's based upon percent of revenue produced, however it's based, we have to have a better replenishable stream of resource to create both primarily incentive fund resource and different things for the authority, for the trust, the EEDA. And I think we're going to find how short we are. And this is called, as we touched on just briefly yesterday, it's called investing in ourselves. Measurable, it's a return on that investment. I mean, I think that's going to be, somewhat easier to quantify and use as a metric. But I know AJ's talked about it. And there's different ways to accomplish it. But it's not an ideal situation in a one-off thing to continually have to go to Glenn Fisher at Edmond Electric and go, man, we got to bleed some more money out of you to make this happen. Yeah, I mean, it needs to be a little bit more self-sufficient than just an orphan sitting over in the corner. So that's.
Would you want to add that to the workshop that we're going to do?
Oh,
We're going to have a workshop on generally wrote down as economic development policy. You can add recurring funding for that as a topic.
It's long overdue. I mean, this goes back to, we talked about it when I was on EEDA, how short we were. And we're just so far behind. I mean, we're losing out all around us, and we've got to stop. We've got to get back in the game.
Okay. So the next item, if we're ready to move on, next item is C, finishing out downtown. And on my notes, there's a question mark next to it, which means we wanted to ask you, what does that mean? I mean, what do you think that means? And we'll come back to you with a plan or an idea or whatever it might be, but I think we needed to hear a little more from the council about what this means.
Yeah, I think it was. I have in my mind something, a couple guys, and they're both architects, great members of the urban board, and they said, we have to be intentional of what we put downtown. And they have to be, and this is a relative term, I get it, they have to be major things. You know, we have to look, and you know, I know major for us is certainly a lot less than major for downtown Oklahoma City, but multi-use buildings, we talked a little bit yesterday about boutique hotels. I mean, so we need to be really strategic in planning and in designation of what fills in this corner and how does it blend and fit with the rest of the preservation of the look of old downtown Edmond and how all that fits. So, I mean, we have space downtown. What do we do with it? And how do we get there? I'm not saying any one of us has all the answers, but collectively we need to give at least some thought and planning to it.
But then it also is, how do we tie into the Stevenson Park area from downtown? How do we tie into the University District, or as President Lamb has now decided, we should call it the Bronco Block? So everyone can start using that term. Presidential leadership class at UCO loved that idea. But I mean, how do we tie all that in to the downtown area? Because that's part of what we've been talking about, right? Is how do we develop that edge of the campus and tie it to downtown? So I do think it's not just about how do we fill the empty space in downtown or how do we fill the empty buildings, which is an economic development issue, but it's how do we tie everything together?
And Mark, I think to that, you know, I always kind of, it jogs my memory, but and it's because of that Stevenson Park area. We call that downtown, but it's really kind of orphaned from downtown. How do we connect that better?
Mm-hmm.
And you know, we talk about revitalizing, redoing that corridor. I always like to say 9th to 2nd Street. I mean, we have to be very intentional. What things do we want to see there? And well, I'm not going to be disparaging, but when the nicest looking thing's a fast food restaurant, and I mean, it's not bad, don't get me wrong, I like it, but I mean, that whole deal needs to, and it's going to take, it's not going to be a short-term fix, but it's either going to be incentivizing people to buy that private property, or, I won't use that word again, Randall, having property that just like that Bronco block, I'll call it Bronco blocks. I'll tell President Lamb he's being a little short there, make it a 1 block. But you know, so that we can, control's not the right word, but you know what I mean. Plan
Guide.
accordingly, strategically have, something.
If I could, maybe we can further refine so there's a downtown master plan, and maybe we need to just check it out and look at it and make sure, was it 2014? Yeah, so we may need to look at that. And I believe there's a study right now of 2nd Street, and that having Route 66 separating Stevenson Park from downtown is a challenge, and I'm interested in the results of that. Marketing did work on identity branding for downtown, and I think that's still kind of rolling out. I think another aspect of this is, the business owners are very important, the property owners are very important stakeholders. I think business owners in parts of downtown are getting organized and starting to plan events together and kind of acting almost like a business improvement district. And so I think there's a lot of momentum. So those are kind of like the current pieces. But yes, we have blank land in our downtown, which is, a really exciting opportunity to have intention and kind of envision what we want there. So those would be, I don't know if finishing out downtown or downtown planning, I don't know how to best say it, but I think some steps we could take are revisiting the master plan, looking at the results of that corridor study. But those are just some things on my mind in my little area.
Say it's up to the council here how specific or general you want to be. The metric here or the deliverable could be to revisit the 2014 master plan and some related documents.
Mm-hmm.
See if there's a way to unify those and tie those together. Do they require an update, whatever it may be?
Mm-hmm.
Does that seem reasonable?
Yeah.
It's completing the Broadway corridor study too, but that's already in work.
Yeah. Well, and, just continuing the partnership with UCO and the key stakeholders, landowners.
I think the most important part of that plan to revisit is there was a list of catalytic properties that were supposed to, catalyze redevelopment. That is probably way outdated.
Okay. Randy, I heard you volunteering just now to be prepared to lead that.
Whatever you need.
Yeah.
Thank you, Meg.
Okay, we good there? Okay.
Before we jump into D, why don't we take a break? I keep
Okay.
seeing people. Daddy, you can't run off till we take it. We gotta have a motion.
Recess.
I have a motion to recess until, could you say that until like 11:20?
Till 11:20.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Cast your vote. I'm loving it. Go get your coat on. Put your beanie back on. Entertain a motion to reconvene.
Motion to resume the meeting.
Maggie, can I get a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Cast your vote. I don't have it. I'll do this.
Motion for Phil Frame to return to the room.
Maggie, did you vote?
Where are they?
It doesn't matter. I've got a quorum. We're going.
Hello, you two. Are you leaving?
Motion passes. We are back in session. Now if we can just get everyone back in their seats. AJ, would you like to continue with item 2D?
Yes. So a very quick time check, Mayor and Council. We planning on breaking at noon? Okay. I'm going to do our best to get us through, all the way through 3
Okay.
in 38 minutes and 7 seconds. I think that this, this development process improvement is one of these things that it's like a Rorschach test. It's going to look differently to a lot of people, and it's going to mean different things to a lot of people. And by way of saying, I think this is probably at some point a future workshop discussion or some kind of a discussion item with the city council. Because even thinking back to yesterday, at one point, the discussion was about fast tracking, and no, that doesn't really send the right message. It isn't just about speed. I think ultimately, and tell me if you agree, I think ultimately what we want is a development review process that is collaborative, that it's legitimately value added, that the expertise of our staff can improve projects. And if that development review process is seen as a resource that can be value added and ultimately improve an application and help it get into the ground and help along the way improve the final product. My guess is, after talking to some of you over the last few weeks, that's really what you're talking about doing. Does that sound right? Mm-hmm. And if that does, what I would say is a couple things. That I don't care what process it is, there are ways to improve it. And I think, if we can look for a process that is where there's responsibility, there's responsiveness, responsibility, and expectations on both sides. If we're going to hold people to deadlines, then I think we ought to be accountable to some deadlines too. We're always, first and foremost, going to take care of life safety. We're always going to take care of the code requirements, and then we get into that collaborative and that value-added piece where we help improve projects. And if that sounds like the kind of a process that you envision, I think we can talk about that, and I think we can get there. And I'll also say that a big part of this is us as a city being clear about what submittals look like and what applications look like. Because a big component that never really gets talked about is one of the biggest drivers of the development review process is the overall quality of the application. And I won't put anyone on the spot, but Ken, Steve, do you agree with that? Kirsten, do you agree with that?
Yes.
Yeah, so if we're clear as a city about what the expectations are, and that's standards and specs for improvements, that's timeline and those kinds of things, if we can get there, then I think we can get to a development review process that meets that criteria that we just discussed. It's collaborative, it's value added, and what I've always known from the development community is they won't necessarily care, well, of course they always care about how long it takes, but they're less concerned about time and more concerned about predictability and reliability. They want to know going into it what the expectations are. So if we can be clear in how we communicate that, then I think we can get to a process that everyone will be comfortable with. There'll always be outliers, there'll always be things. One of the things that I heard mentioned yesterday, I think it was Councilman Watterson that said it, is could we do something that's a little bit tailored for something that's new to market, or for something that, was that you? Yeah. Something that's new to market or something that's big and impactful? And I think the answer to that is yes. I think there are ways to incorporate those things in. And maybe some of these come along with the UDC update. But for now, if you'll permit this item to be wrapped up by, let's schedule it for a workshop discussion and give you the ability to react to something that we could propose as kind of a process and a kind of a mock timeline, standards and specs and all those things. You could react to it, and you could offer up your guidance and your policy direction about whether or not you think it meets the city's needs.
I would agree, and the only thing I'd add to that, not in terms of criticism, but just in constructive, in part of any process, the more we can lead people and educate them in what we're looking for, the better that application's going to be. I've seen that in my day job, and it's hard. What are you talking about right here? The more I can tell people, this is the concern, this is the information needed in order to evaluate and go forward. I'm not saying, because I've never been through that process, but I think, as AJ said, any process can be slightly improved at the very least, and I think that's part of doing that is to make sure that people have a standard that we're looking for, and this is what you got to meet to go forward.
Do you want to add anything to it, please?
Sorry, I just wanted to add on to, kind of expand on what you're saying a little bit, and it sounds like we want to wrap this up quickly, so I won't give my whole spiel, but we have made, that does get loud. We have made and are continuing to make modifications with our software program to where it clearly explains what our needs and requirements are up front, and it kind of forces them to kind of go through the process. And so part of, we hear exactly what you're saying, and we hear the same feedback from our applicants of, if I only knew that I needed to turn this stuff in. So now we actually have where it'll be listed, hey, this is required, this is required, this is required. And then there's options on our plan review software for every single one of those uploads that it goes in there. And it makes sure that is everything kind of in a package, and it leaves less to the, well, this kind of might work for what we need, and it kind of doesn't. So just know that when we have that workshop, we can go into a lot more detail about a lot of the software upgrades and stuff that we're doing and have done that make it simpler and kind of keep everybody in line on that same process.
I don't know if it feels like this for you guys, but I know for me, it feels, I'm almost leading somebody, almost more than I probably really should, but I mean, sometimes that's how you get from here to there.
Yes.
Well, and Phil, to that point, if you think, as you're looking at the software, if you think about what the manual process looks like and what your needs are, that should be what's driving what you put into the software. Because that's what, that's when the applicant's going, oh, I didn't know I needed that. Well, if you truly have a good process defined, it's a whole lot easier to make the software work for you.
We have, and I just kind of as a real quick example, some of the development delays that we've had in the past few years, we found out were due to our actual plan review software program. So what applicants did is they'd go online, they'd fill out the application, then they'd upload their drawings, and there was this giant, or there still is for a few more months, a giant big green button that said submit for review. We would get calls 2 to 3 months after something had been submitted, and they're like, hey, why aren't you reviewing our project? And it's because they never hit that big green button. Like something as simple as that would delay a development review by 2 months. And it happened all the time, and it still happens all the time. And it's a big green button, like it literally, like it's giant. So like figuring out, hey, no matter what we do, no matter how big we make this button, this just isn't working. We have to figure out something better. So we've figured out something better. We're moving towards it. And that and a lot of other modifications and updates that we're making should assist.
Because it's a constant
It is.
process.
Yes.
I'm telling you, if you don't view it like that, you're only going to be disappointed.
Absolutely.
I have a lot of thoughts on this one. I could talk for a while. When I came into this role, one of the first things I asked, remember I'm an engineer, one of the first things I asked was, show me the process flow for how our development processes work. And I got a mixture of answers that were a combination of the one we have is outdated, and it's going to be in the UDC document when we get there. And so Randy gave me some, I would call them maybe 90% draft flowcharts from the draft UDC document to help me just understand. But my observation in this area is there's a lot of finger pointing, and it's mostly anecdotal. And so how do we fix that, right? I think a workshop is definitely called for here. I think UDC is going to correct a lot of it. Randy keeps saying that, and I joke about it, but I think it will fix it will fix a lot of this. But I think we lack some basic objectivity here. And I think, in my mind, when I brought this up and some of the stuff I talked about yesterday and wrote down, step one, I think where we want to be in a few years on this, on our development process, is almost like a manufacturing process where We have a flow, we measure each step, and we optimize. And we use our DIRT committee, whose charter it is, in my view, to help inform how we make these things better. We have them in that process of feedback, the feedback loop of that. We use the development feedback sessions like we had last year, continue having those with the larger development community to understand where we're getting hung up and kind of their perspective on things. But to me, we have to have soon deliverables of process flows, right? We have to define our process here for the different steps. It's all built into the workflow, but like Mark said, you got to think about it as a workflow and then as a process flow, and then build that into your workflow system, right? But define that, publish that, make that very visible and very easy to understand for people who are going to use the process, and then measure time and flow, right? And then we need to track time and flow over time and optimize time and flow. And when we get stuck on, whether it's with a developer's engineering firm, or whether it's in one of our departments, if we're consistently getting stuck at that step and the days in flow goes to 2 months or whatever because somebody's not hitting a green button, then we need to target those areas and optimize, right? Like, it's literally, to me, very similar to a manufacturing process. I know it's not, but that's how I'm viewing this. But I think we lack that baseline understanding of, or communication maybe, of what it is we're doing and how long it's taken to get through each step. So those were the two immediate things that the workshop's good, but I would like to see those deliverables this year, like define the process flows and publish those, and then start measuring time and flow. And then hopefully that positions us next year and years after that to start optimizing, right? But we got to start with that basic, that baseline to me.
So are you wanting to see this so DIRC is a quarterly committee.
Mm-hmm.
We meet every quarter. Are you wanting to see that added as an agenda item for review? Those timelines and those deadlines and those reports?
To DIRC or to us?
To DIRC.
Yeah, I think quarterly is not enough for DIRC personally. I think if we're going to use it the way that I said, which this is just my idea, right? You guys own this. But I think that should be a more frequent meeting that should be reviewing that data and also kind of the one-offs that are happening to drive those process improvements back into the process with those development representatives that we put on those boards to help do that exact thing. So that's my opinion.
Okay, I think we've got that. If we could, you want to move on? I mean, or was there more you want to say about that? Okay, I think we can make all that happen. So now I think we're on to 3, maintaining our foundation of excellence. First item is messaging to residents. And Bill?
Good morning. I got to tell you, when I saw messaging to residents pop up on this list, I thought I was going to have a blue Christmas. It left me all shook up.
Wow.
Sorry.
Wow. Okay, now you have to explain.
We've been challenged to slip as many Elvis song titles into our presentations as possible.
Don't look at this direction.
No, seriously, and I'm glad this came up because this is, huh?
Stole mine.
Sorry. So no, I'm glad this came up because this is something that we looked at and have been looking at for more than just a few months. It's been something that we looked at, and part of the reasons why our department looks at processes, looks at analytics, looks at metrics. I'm somebody who believes that there's got to be a reason for the metric. I think half the time you really need to figure out what you're trying to achieve and then figure out the metric that'll get you there the best way. Don't just measure to measure. That doesn't do you any good. What are you trying to get from the measurements? What is it that you want to try to achieve? And so we spend a lot of time talking about eyeballs, and quite honestly, I think part of the messaging that we need to try to do is drive action, something that we can truly measure. And I think the guy sitting next to me is a great example. When we switched from Code Red to Rave and came up with a new brand called Alerted, we had to start from 0, and I loved that project because it meant that we were going to be able to measure from the start how many people we were reaching with our, with our measurements and what we were actually doing with our messaging. So, and I won't put you on the spot, Ben, but I think we've had a pretty decent launch to start. Yeah, he'll have an update about that later on. So when we talked about action items for this, one of the things I wanted to say was, especially to you, Councilmember Frame, is that yes, we do promote things that are in place. So should we, what I'm thinking is we will take that opportunity to maybe even have a specific campaign to say, if you're needing to follow projects, if you need to know about this, there is a wealth of information available through our GIS groups, through engineering, through planning, that, and an interactive map that is updated on a regular basis. And we do say, if you want to learn more about this project and others, go to this website. And I'm asking Courtney, if I could, to give me some more analytics on just more than just the eyes. How many different eyes are we getting? But we also do that with all of our messaging and all of our tools, like the website. One of the things we wanted to take a look at is how many people are actually hitting the finance page and actually hitting the budget book and trying to find that information. And we found in a report we ran a couple weeks ago that from November to November, 24 to 25, there were 500 unique individuals to visit the finance page. About 40% of those were out of state. So, which I thought was kind of interesting. So we are looking at that. We're looking at metrics, trying to figure out what this means. So one of the things we talked about again was concerted campaigns to try to raise awareness for the information that we have available already, that's already being updated, that's probably being underutilized. One of the other things that I proposed was a chance for us to try to do some more in-person and one-on-one communication. We've started that with Edmond Matters. But I think what we need to do is take a look at ways and maybe even partner with things like UCO or EPS and try to get us into places where people are at already. Rather than inviting them to come here or inviting them to come to a meeting, let's go to where they are and talk to them one-on-one. I know that Councilmember Nichols and I talked yesterday, and we talked a little bit about how the last Edmond Matters turned into a Q&A, which is, that's a conversation. And that's good to have. But what we would like to do is get more people beyond what I call the same 10 people, the usual people showing up and getting and hearing from different voices. And I think thirdly, and more importantly, we've talked about this a lot, and I think this was my final suggestion, was we haven't done a citizen survey since 2021. And quite honestly, we did it in 2021 because it was delayed in 2020 because of COVID. It got pushed back a year. It used to be every even year, 2022, 2024. So if you look at it that way, we've missed 2 cycles if we wanted to stay on the odd year cycles of citizen input. And I think it's as much as we talk about what we want them to hear and learn, and I think it's important that we do that, I think it's important for us to listen to them and what matters to them. And that way we're spending our time capital and our messaging capital on the information that our residents really want to hear. Yes, we can continue to push important information out there, and we can push about programs and things that will benefit them, but we'll also know this is what they're looking for the most from us. And so I really think that investing in not just a one-time citizen survey, but a citizen survey program that allows us to listen, maybe even a listening vendor that we could bring in to help us listen to some of the social media that we use. I think that rather than pushing information, because we push a lot of information, I think that gives us a chance to listen, and they tell us exactly what really, really matters to them. And so one of the things I did preparing for this was I came up with 4 questions that I wanted to ask you. And the first and foremost is, what's not being communicated that needs to be communicated or not communicated well enough? And what is the priority? What information do you think residents need that you would like to prioritize? Is it everybody, or is it a target audience? Those kind of things really do formulate what we will do as far in terms of a strategy.
Mr. Moore, you looked like you started to say something, but.
I did, thank you. Thank you. I just want to touch on this. Besides the marketing director, you're the public information officer for the city of Edmond. And this works with Mr. Bryan's department. When a white sign goes up about a planning commission and a city council item, you read it, you don't know what it means. They call. Sometimes I don't know what it is. So then I've got to call Ken, or I've got to call Becca, or I've got to call Christie to find out what this is. Ken's improved on the, a lot, and I appreciate it, on his weekly comments on, you know, look, here's something that's coming down the pike. The letters went out, or the signs went up. But land use, current events, what's going on in the city, the good things that are going on in the city, that's what I think we need to talk about. And we do that with big events or special occasions, things like that. We talk about things weekly that have happened. But when there's a land use project around someone's home, neighborhood, that's what they want to know. They want to know what it is. And we ought to be able to reach out to those people weeks in advance and say, developer A has filed an application near your area of town. And if we can get that out sooner to where they know it's a residential development, or they know it's a light commercial, rather than the fear of the unknown and then the next door crowd and the Facebook crowd and all that starts in, and the next thing you know, it's it's a problem that doesn't really exist.
Mm-hmm.
So we've got to figure out a method, I would hope, to let the citizens know what's coming. And I read your reports, and you get, I don't even know what these are, but you say you had 25 impressions. That's something, I guess, but we
Okay, yeah, that's what, when we're talking
the little
about the
smiley
eyeballs.
face. I mean, but if we can get real input from the citizens, or feedback to them, or information to them about a land use item, that will go a long way. And if you can coordinate that with Mr. Bryan, or, for example, if there's going to be a road closure, I know we announce those, but we know it sooner than a week when the press release goes out, or 2 weeks before the press release, whatever it is.
Sometimes we do.
No, we do know it. You can't go spend
well,
$6 million and not know you're going to do that.
Sometimes, yes, engineering will know, but sometimes I will know 4 days in advance.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So if we can coordinate that and either calm the fears of the public, inform the public, let them know what's happening in their part of town, whether it be a development, whether it be a road project or something else, I think that would go a long way for citizens to say, oh golly, I did know about that, or I am aware of that, rather than calling and saying, I got told on Facebook that this is a Section 8 500 unit development, when not a word of that is true. That would be helpful.
I'm going to kind of jump in here. Am I on at this point? Because I can't even tell. I mean, I think what we put up there as messaging to residents is the issue. This isn't about marketing. It's about getting the message to our residents about what they need to know and creating that feedback so that they know what's going on in a timely manner. It's almost like, Barry, to your point, we roll out these marketing campaigns, but we're missing the big challenge, which is how do we keep our residents informed about what's going on and doing it in a timely manner so that if there is feedback, and I can tell you most of the feedback comes to these 4 people. It doesn't even come to me because they call or write or text their ward rep before they ever talk to me in almost every single case. And when we can do a better job of getting the message to the people that need to hear it, we're a lot better off. believe me, we're a lot better off, because several months ago, we ran into one of those issues on Air Depot. And I didn't see the big white sign, Barry, to your point, until the day before the meeting. And it was amazing that that was the same day that 5 people in my neighborhood are calling me, what's going on? We're one of the 2 closest neighborhoods to where that was happening, and nobody knew what was going on. I don't know that anybody in College Heights knew what was going on, and they're right across the road from it. I mean, that's where I think we're missing the boat, and why that is actually on there is it truly is. It is a messaging. What we're putting out there to our residents as timely as we can to allow for proper information to flow. So, I mean, that's why I thought it was there, not what's the overall strategy here.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, that's the difference. So like I was saying, is it a general message or is it a targeted message? You're talking about targeted messaging to communities, to neighborhoods, to residents impacted by specific projects. And I think what we need to do then is identify what categories merit that kind of communication, and then really put together in the processes, because you're talking about notifications as much as you're talking about messaging. This isn't good things that we're doing, which is stuff that we try to market and push out. This is a project. It's going to impact you and in your neighborhood. It's going to have this GIS circle that says here are the communities that will be impacted by this road project or by this possible development. Here's what's coming. Here's what it's going to be before the Planning Commission. Make sure that people have that information. Which is a different set of communications from what what we try to do with promoting the city, with marketing, and with our social media channels. That's a different set of communication. It's doable, but we have to put in parameters and processes and then, to my mind, triggers. This is when we're going to do this, and this is how far out we're going to go, and this is the process we're going to follow. Does that make sense, Mr. Moore?
Kinda. You and I are saying the same thing, we're just not listening or hearing each other. You know what I'm asking for, and I know what you're telling me.
Yep.
But that is important, to get that figured out, rather than, there was some work being done in Hafer Park the other day. I mean, I got a lot of emails that they're destroying Hafer Park. That wasn't the case. But the cat was already out of the bag, and that's what was being said. And there was a way to address that 30 days ahead of time, 15 days ahead of time, something, that some minor improvements are going to be made to trees that are dead. We're going to be taking those out, and that's all we're doing. And I don't know the proper way to do that by social media, but there's a way to do it. And it's those sorts of things that turn into fussiness. This one occurred 2 days before the election. That was really bad timing. When you've got 40 people aggravated about that, they're telling 40 people, and then they're telling the next 25 they bump into 2 days before they go to the polls. That should have been messaged weeks in advance to calm any fears that would have arisen. Now, and maybe you didn't know.
Not a clue.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. You know how to do that, Bill. You're good at it. You just got to have the information. So if we could maybe get a circle of friends here and figure out how to talk to each other about that, that would alleviate some fussiness that the citizens have about things.
If I can add to that, I think yes, the communication piece of letting you know, but then I think it can feel risky to, oh, we're going to let the citizens know that we're going to be working, we don't want to scare them, but I think what's scarier to citizens is when they feel surprised by it. And then when they're surprised and we're surprised, we're like, oh no, this is not, because then I think we're all driving over to Hafer Park to see it with our own eyes. But I don't think we should be afraid of informing citizens, even if it's a touchy subject. And, we've had some hot topic agenda items that people know about. But sometimes there's an agenda item that people just don't know about for whatever reason, and then they find out about it on the other end, and then on social media, there's a perception that it was sneaky. Well, no, it was on the agenda. It was posted legally when it had to be. But I don't think we should be afraid of giving a sampling of the agenda as a social media post. And might it be a dumpster fire in the comments? Yeah. But honestly, that's okay with me, because then I may look at it and know what my night's going to be like. So I think it's okay to use the platform, not just to talk about good things, but just as a public information, like, this is what's on the agenda. There is tree, I know there's like a nice way to say it, like we're doing good things for our trees in Hafer Park. Just, it's a community education piece. And might there be some people upset still? Yes, but then at least we're getting ahead of the messaging, and the messaging doesn't originate in the basement of next door where it, can fester. So I think it's okay to get out ahead of that and just inform citizens. So, and I was going to say, I like the idea of the citizen survey. I take those several times when they come out. I'm just kidding. I think those are great. I would love to see the results, and I'd love to even, if I could be part of coming up with some of those questions, I'd really enjoy that. And then Edmond Matters, I think that's been, it's kind of like an experiment that we came up with, and we're like, this is what we want to do. And it's been good. Sometimes the same people are showing up, and that's okay. But I think the community perception that we are making ourselves available is really important. So thanks for helping us get the message out there. And I have appreciated marketing's use of video. That's where it's at. That's where the eyes are. So I think you've done a good job of helping us with something that we gave staff. You've really run with it, and I appreciate that. So.
Thank you, Beavis.
Sir.
I think those are good. I think to your point, Bill, you made earlier, I think to make those more effective, the Edmond Matters thing, it's about taking them out to where people are. Yeah, I mean, we've kind of run the course, I think, fairly quickly of making them come here or do something like that, so.
Yeah, we had one.
Yeah, you had one at the farmer's market or something.
No, I honestly believe that if you will go to where they're at, if it's Herd on Herd or farmer's market, and we set up a table that says, come and meet your council members, people will stop by. And oftentimes you'll get the, hey, I've got a pothole on my road, can you fix it? But a lot of times they'll stop and have a conversation with you, and and if they know they can come to you and bring a concern and it will be addressed, word will spread and it will grow. It is something that was started with Coffee with the Mayor in 2012 in Fort Worth when I was working there, and they're still doing it today because it's so popular. So,
You know what we're saying?
I think so. I don't know that I could articulate a deliverable or a metric here, but if,
Well, I can tell you a metric. If people stop calling and emailing, saying, what does this mean, or what does this sign mean? If they know in advance, that's a metric.
no, yeah, I think what I hear you say, what I hear the group saying is, you want an emphasis on the city presenting timely, accurate information to residents, and we try and figure out multiple ways to get it to them.
There you go.
Is that?
Thank you. Thanks, Beavis.
Okay, well, if my challenge was to get all the way through 3. Yeah, I failed. Failed miserably.
Hey,
made the mistake of letting me speak.
I had one more thing I wanted to add on 2D there. Maybe I can do it in the 4 minutes we have before lunch. On development process, back on that for just a second. What is the UDC deliverable for 2026? Is there one? Who do I look at for that?
Me.
Okay.
I think our goal is to do two major things. Have our community engagement component that the consultant referenced in October. So some details on that coming to you guys soon. And then bring a draft code for your action.
Okay. So can that be a deliverable we add to this one? I don't want to lose sight, like, from what I've heard from you all, UDC could drag out to 2050 if we let it, right? Reference Oklahoma City's process. So I just want to, no shade thrown there if anybody's watching from Oklahoma City, but I feel like we need to stay on it and keep it as a priority in the front of our planning, our 2026 plan at least, just to make sure it keeps moving forward and that you have our support to keep it moving forward. Thanks.
I'm going to, for the moment, then skip over B, because we can get to C, food trucks, and I believe we can do that in 2 minutes and 7 seconds.
Well, I don't know about that, but
All right,
I tell you
turn off
what.
this is just the introductory part.
Okay.
I mean,
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Corey Atkins, Coley City Clerk. Just a quick update here and kind of a solicitation for any feedback y'all would have as far as what your goals are for this. Here in November, state law changed. The Oklahoma Food Truck Freedom Act became effective, which puts limitations on how local government can regulate food trucks. So in essence, our hands have been tied to some extent. Several departments, Housing, Community Resources, Planning, Building, Fire, PD, Code Enforcement, Parks, City Clerk's Office have been meeting to try to work through that law and see, if we could put regulations into place, what those would look like, our wish lists, so to speak. Those have been moved over for legal review. What I think is kind of relevant for your consideration and kind of contemplating how this would work with the strategic plan is once we have that document ready to bring to you, I think there's going to be an analysis that needs to be made. Is the juice worth the squeeze? I think we've heard that there are some concerns about how long food trucks can be at one location on private property. Looking at state law, it looks like we're going to be pretty limited to they're going to be allowed to be there for up to 14 days in a row. And so I think that's going to be kind of the analysis when we bring that to you of, do we want to regulate this when it's not as much as we want, when we can only do this little piece? So I think that's just going to be something that's going to have to be thought about when we do have that document to bring to y'all. I think the other pieces that are going to need to be analyzed is if we do choose to regulate it, if council chooses it to move forward with that, what are the resources we're going to need to handle permits, and what are the resources we're going to need to handle enforcement? Is that active or proactive reinforcement, those kinds of things? So that could be, if y'all choose to implement regulations, I think that's kind of the other element of what are the resources that would need to be brought to effectuate that.
Well, thank you, Mr. Clerk, and given that all that's involved in going over that, the various departments, police, so forth and so on, let's have some additional conversations about that. They ought to have at least some place to wash your hands, but we'll get to that. I don't know that food trucks needs to be on something as significant as the strategic plan. I'd be happy to remove that from 3, but I think I don't want to lose focus on this, and I want to do what we can. So if the council's happy, just take that out of there, and we'll work on it in another fashion. But thank you for that update. But let's not let this linger. They're trashing up corners here in town, and we got to get that fixed.
So I didn't bring it up yesterday, but thinking about it last night, one of the things I hear from citizens all the time is concerns about massage parlors, vape shops and weed shops and food trucks, right? So to me, this is a bigger thing about our standards and our enforcement of those standards. And I know I've talked to Randy and Madeline about this too, but maybe it's a bigger thing about, you know, there's a new law passed in November that Tom Robbins and Senator Thompson pushed through it, like to help us and help Chief and others enforce things. And so maybe this focuses more on, I don't know, clarifying kind of our policies on these things and then enforcement of those. Or maybe we remove it, I don't know. But I think there's just more concern there that I didn't mention yesterday that I'm just hearing from a lot of people, and I'm personally concerned about. So maybe focus more around defining those standards and enforcing those, but I don't know what the metric or deliverable would be. I just wanted to
Ms.
expand on
Robertson, if you'll hit delete, but don't forget. Good enough for me.
And just to respond to that, I do think there is some preliminary conversation, again, in response to the recent changes in state law. We attended a meeting about massage parlors, and again, maybe that's touched on in the UDC update. I think that's going to be contemplated. I know we're throwing one more thing onto that list, but again, I certainly, to Councilmember Moore's point, this will get brought, food trucks will get brought. And I think it's just having the pieces in our code. If council is interested in regulation, we want to hear that feedback and explore options.
And we'll get to that. I know that the city manager wants to move on, so do I. So let's just get rid of the food truck thing, and we'll circle back to it. Thank you.
But
I would
don't
like to-
discount what Preston just said.
Right.
I'd like to
Because
follow up on that.
it is a community image issue, because it's all of those things, and our ability to regulate and enforce and what we can and can't do. And we need to know what all of that is on each of those issues.
If we ever get a food truck having massages at the same time, we got a real problem.
Well, I just want to say, I think it's more community image and that part of it than it is. I don't think we have any problem with the enforcement part of it.
Thank you.
So maybe that's a workshop or something, I don't know. I'd like to see action on what I talked about, one way or another, but it doesn't have to be on the list here.
Could it be G, like community image or regulations? Do you want it up there, Preston?
I think it's a priority for a lot of people in our town,
Yeah.
so I think it's worth
Community
adding.
image.
But if we
I
do
don't know how to
this,
measure it, though. is the
Yeah,
thing.
well,
I think we need to talk about it more.
yeah, it becomes one of those, we've got to go explore and see what
Yeah.
we can really do, because it is a hot topic for a lot of people.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm looking over at Katie when we talk, is lunch here?
Okay.
What's the game plan? Are we doing a working lunch? Are we taking a break? What do y'all want to do?
It's set up currently in the Main Street Conference Room in alphabetical order, but you can eat in there or.
Or we can take 30 minutes and eat and get back in here, which might be a little less distracting. Let's do that. I'd entertain a motion to recess until 12:35.
So move, Mayor.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Cast your vote. We're recessed. And we are back. Mr. Krieger, where are we going from here?
I think we are on item D, the CARC. Right, Christie? Go ahead, please.
Appreciate that. I didn't realize it was me already. Christy Batterson, as I've been sitting here thinking about, so CARC is Community Agency Review Commission, for those that don't know that. And as I've been sitting here thinking of what that means for the strategic planning and listening about economic development that's coming in and everything,
I would recommend that instead of it be CARC, it be community resources. And the reason being is CARC is a component of community resources of what we provide. It's a small portion. I mean, it's $1 million, but it's a smaller portion to what we do overall. And so I think it's vital to maintain, being that it's underneath the foundations of excellence, it's making sure that we still continue to take care of our neighbors within the community resources that we have. As far as the matrices that we can measure, we implemented with CARC as well as all our nonprofits that they must report to us monthly or quarterly, however they invoice to us. So I have all those numbers already of how many we serve and the amount of money that goes out throughout all our funding, whether it be CARC, CDBG, or any other funding that comes through us to channel back out into the community.
So the council member that added
Is
this
not sitting
item
here.
is missing.
There he is.
There he is. You may have to repeat that for him.
Okay. I was wondering.
We're talking about CARC.
Oh, goody.
Okay, so I had recommended that we change it from just being CARC to community resources because CARC's a small component of that. And with all the nonprofits that we work with and all the other community organizations, I think that's better suited for a strategic goal and to maintain those relationships with our community and making sure that we take care of our neighbor. There's a lot of things that are happening behind the scenes that have already started taking place. You'll get to hear about them on Monday for some of our CDBG funding. I'll be bringing our annual report through. But with all the CARC funding, we require them to give us monthly and quarterly input of who they're serving, the numbers, where the money is going to, et cetera. Last year, just so you all know, 114,000 folks were served in the community with the funding that you all approved, or that sitting council approved. We made changes to the ordinance already that it is up to $1 million. But there's more to community resources than just CARC. There's CDBG money, there's collaboration. We've started a new coalition, hopefully being called Edmond Connect. I alluded to that earlier yesterday, where that is several internal departments, PD, fire, building, code enforcement, planning, parks, to collaborate with all our organizations as well as our faith-based organizations. And we have about 30 to 40 people attend those monthly. So there's lots that we can do with community resources. It's not just CARC that we can provide out into the community.
So you could set priorities for all of our existing social programs and
Yes, and that is one thing. That there is guidelines in the ordinance on CARC in specific. There are guidelines of you all setting priorities. I would ask on CARC specifically, we do it with CDBG. We set priorities. The Citizen Participation Committee already sets those priorities annually. But I would ask for more priorities of what you would like to see that funding go to. We know all our nonprofits do a lot of good work in the community, from giving blankets to giving food, to giving shelter. You do utility assistance, and that doesn't come through CARC, that comes from the utility fund. But I think we have other organizations, while they are important, they don't feed to that, no pun intended, they don't align with the basic necessities, which is food, shelter, and those things that would align with that. So you could take an extra step this year and say we only, we're going to contribute up to $1 million or whatever you would set with these priorities of organizations that provide those services.
And what else do you need to do? You do good things, but what else do you need to improve on that?
Funding. Unfortunately, our funding with CDBG is maxed. I mean, we use the $500,000 that we get annually. We are talking about some money that's left over with EEDA of what to do with that, because that originally came from CDBG. I know we're going to be talking about housing here in a little bit. There's housing programs. That is a community resource that is going to be needed. There's things that we need to set up in place to get that additional federal funding, And then if you talk about transit, which is also a community resource, funding is needed to continue that too. We're getting people to jobs, to medical appointments, to retail. We go by every major retail shopping center with our transit system right now. And so all of that is a community resource, and unfortunately, to maintain that, you need funding.
Well, it's a lot of departments: PD, fire code, planning, parks, faith-based. But as we mentioned yesterday, that's also it can also help our economic outlook. People here spending money. They don't have a lot to spend, but they do have needs and necessities. So this is important to me, and I want to hear from the rest, but if you would, prepare something that might be helpful to us to show what other needs you have, and maybe those can be addressed. But I think it is worthy of being on our, whatever this is called, I guess, strategic plan, to enhance what you're doing and to help people and our social programs that exist and other things.
And I also meant to mention, Chief and I talked quite a bit about being proactive, and I think Heather had said it early, some of this stuff isn't sexy or nice to talk about, but when you talk about needs that are going to be coming as we grow as a city, I can't help but bring up our unhoused. And there are resources out there that we need to be going after, and that is probably, we have a lack of resources for our unhoused. Right now, we send them, I don't want to say send them back to Oklahoma City, that's not the right way to say it, but we do rely on Oklahoma City's resources to provide for not only our unhoused, but even for some of our residents here, because we're out of resources or we don't have enough or the right kind. And so some of that is having conversations with legislators to redraw maps, and by what I mean is continuum of care is where it draws boundaries of for emergency solution grants and for specifically for our unhoused. We are in the northwest quadrant, basically, out of Woodward. We are not with Oklahoma City Metro. We're not the only one. El Reno, Shawnee, Yukon are in the same boat. All belong to the Northwest Connector. We are part of the metro area. Excuse me. So it's time to start having those conversations and start to be proactive. Chief and I have been talking about when police comes in contact with an unhoused individual or with someone that's having a mental health crisis, one time with PD might be okay, one time, two time, but now what do we do next? What's that warm handoff, excuse me, for that individual? And right now, we don't have that. And we have barriers in place that can't assist the individual the right way. And I'll probably stop talking because I can go on and on about this.
Well, food, clothing, dignity, that's all important. So you're going to have a workshop when?
I was just going to say.
Whenever city manager tells me.
Can you phrase that in the form of a question? No. Can you articulate that in terms of a metric or a deliverable? Everything you just said there for 10 minutes.
We can come up with a strategy, a short-term and a long-term strategy of what steps we need to take next in order to make sure that we have resources in place.
Can you, Christy, this is outside the box, and so I won't make it long. You and I can talk about it later. I'd love to be involved with it if you think it has merit. I know a lot of and we have a lot of churches in the community have a benevolence ministry or a section like that. Is there some way that we can connect with them? And it works both ways in terms of them being more aware of, people who might need some of these different helps and resources. But also when you butt up against a hard stop because of lack of funding, it's very possible maybe that's a way to provide some help along
Right,
the way
and-
for the people, ultimately for the people. You know, I think, I won't get into it, but, you know, faith-based institutions have turned everything too much over to the government to solve, but I think also we can be a resource to those people as well.
Right, and so we reached out to all the churches in the metro area already. A lot of them do come. First United Methodist Church attends, First Christian Church attends. The Samaritan House that's associated with the Catholic Church has reached out to us. They're wanting to expand their food pantry. So we are taking those steps, and Kim Sweden, who has been affiliated with Henderson Hills Baptist Church and Ministries of Jesus, he's also on our Citizen Participation Committee, has stepped up to kind of be that liaison between us and our faith-based organizations to try to rally them more to the table, because we do have a lot of faith-based organizations here in the community, and even though they're invited, they don't always come to the table to show them that it's important for them to be at our table. Crossings has come and has been a consistent member as well. They have a lot of campuses here in Edmond, as well as their big campus out on Rockwell. So, yes, we're doing that.
So would a deliverable be to develop a short and long-term strategy for meeting community assistance needs?
Well, let me just ask a philosophical question here, maybe to you, Mark. The maintaining one here, so the ones above are like changing a thing, improving a thing. I think when I brought this up yesterday, it was intending to just, and some of these are like D is going to be probably, you know, have a working meeting and come out with something. G is probably going to come out with something, but like maybe even A that we talked about a minute ago, but A, C, E, and F are sort of just, or at least E, to me are like, keep Edmond great. I don't know how to say it. So like, do we have metrics that rise to the level of some of these other things? Or is that just day-to-day management of the city that, you know, is sort of under the hood a little more from a strategic planning perspective?
Where I look at so many of the items under this category, it kind of falls to some of the earlier conversations we've had where we've got a lot of stuff going on, but where's the visibility of it? Where's the plan that says this is how we're doing it and this is where the shortcomings are? So when we talk about, you know, maintaining that excellence in this particular case, it's, do we have a gap here where the staff can fill us in and say, here's what we're doing right, and here's where we need the help when you look at a short-term and a long-term plan both. So, you know, it's interesting as this has evolved over now a day and a half, what we're realizing, if you didn't see it before, is all the great things we're doing, and yet where is the documentation? Where is the official document? And many times that's what we need to get it started. I mean, you got to have that starting point, and when Barry's asking, what can we do better? Well, you got to kind of know what you're doing now. And that turns into, okay, here's what we're doing now, here's where the shortcomings are, what can I do better if we have this, and lay the plan out there. I mean, you know, we've kind of turned this whole process on its ear this year and said, okay, we're going to look at it a little bit differently. And in many cases, what we're seeing is, where's the plan? Where's the thing that you can hand us today that says, this is where we're at? And, you know, you just brought it up. It's like, I need this, I need this. Well, great. And what are we going to say? So what are you doing now? Right?
But like in your case, that's the plan we reviewed at council 2 months ago, isn't it?
Right. Part of it is the action plan or the consolidated plan that we do every 5 years, and the annual action plan. And then you get to hear about what we've done when I bring the caper through, which you'll be hearing about on Monday. Similar to CARC, I have a whole presentation ready to go for CARC to show you how that money was spent last year And we can do that quarterly as well as annually, however you want it, because we had that data of who's being served, what the needs are. Similarly with the coalition group, we hear from them every month what is needed, how much we need, where the resources need to go. So it's there, kind of like what Steve said, we have several plans or several things. It's just consolidating them down to a more livable document that can be digested easier. Doom and gloom after lunch, sorry guys.
And I guess just to button this up, you know what you need, but, I mean, we're in the season of giving, but hunger and needing clothes, and that's a 365-day-a-year problem. And so just put something together and let us know, but keep up the good work.
I'm going to take that as a yes to the deliverable that we described. We'll bring something to you at some point. And then you'll react and we'll adjust accordingly. Make sense? Okay. I realized we skipped over B, partnerships. And this is one where in particular we're, as a staff, seeking some clarity. What do you mean by partnerships, and what do you want to see in the way of partnerships?
Who added that one?
I may have. I mean, this heading, maintaining the foundation of excellence, I agree, it's a little vague, what we're asking. I think my intention here, and we have to maintain partnerships, I could name them, but we probably all know who those are, but I mean, maintaining communication, maintaining shared fate, being good to one another. Am I being too vague? I don't know. We have partnerships with UCO, Edmond Public Schools. You know, in the past there have been capital projects with Edmond Public Schools. We collaborated on a plan with UCO. There's probably partners I'm leaving out. The YMCA library, I mean, we have to be good partners. I don't know if I have a clear deliverable of what that looks like, but if we don't have those partnerships, then we're in trouble.
I just don't, it goes back to what I was saying, I guess. I don't know that there are metrics on all these, or if it's like, baseline where we're at, and then do that next year. Like, that was sort of what I was getting at, to help as we're getting into budget planning and priority planning. There's areas that we want to make sure that we continue, we want to keep police response rate good, right? So that was, when I brought up the goal 3 overall, that was sort of the intent, was just to connect to those other kind of operational metrics that are not specific change areas in the other goals. Maybe we don't need that, I don't know, now that we're getting into the detail of it.
And maybe partnerships as a line item isn't necessary, but this is a public document, so I would never want the public to think that that's not a priority for us, because it is. And so is public safety. So while we may not have specific directions or metrics we're looking for, I mean, it's part of my strategy. We got to have it, so.
Yeah, I think when I look at 3, the main heading, the foundation of excellence, to me, it's all where we are and where do we want to go. In other words, how can we keep tinkering with it to make it better? When I think of partnerships, I think in a couple different areas, one of which, I remember when we went through all of the search much longer for EEDA director, so many of the people, especially those from out of state, talked about the important partnerships with city, county. And we have some going on now. But I know the county's getting ready to, I don't know, unleash is the right word, open up and economic development portion that the county wants to do. I think there's opportunities to partner with them, especially in county lands as we talk about in offices or different things, clean manufacturing, who knows what all kind of partnerships could be developed from that. The second thing I think about, and I won't steal all Brian's thunder, we were talking about it in the hallway, but I look at our Parks and Rec things, and I know we danced all the way around this several times as a city, but I don't see how we get there to our facilities, especially our sports facilities and things, without partnership, quote, sponsorship, involvement from the outside. I mean, the cost, you all know the cost better than I even, and we just can't hit that level that I think we want to try to hit without building some of those partnerships. Brian, maybe this is a good chance to talk a little bit about, because I haven't heard enough golf in 2 days, so talk a little bit about that.
And I know, excuse me, I know what we were speaking of. I was going to bring it up, I believe, under maybe the financial portion. But my director, Brad Rainey, is working on a sponsorship program where when we first built the golf course, we were starting to be approached by some people about forming partnerships, not just sponsorships. So we were talking big dollars, kind of like what they do with the zoo and some things like that. And they saw an opportunity. And having been here a long time, I think there's some restrictions that we've talked to that if I do it for this corporation, I have to do an RFP that would then open up to all the corporations to have the same opportunity to bid on this partnership with the golf course. And we were actually approached by this potential partner. So Brad Rainey then came to me and we started talking about it, and we looked at all of the potential sponsorship opportunities that would be out there with all of our programs, whether it be with the Edmonds Youth Sports Program, the soccer complex, the new baseball complex that'll be built. There will be a lot of sponsorship opportunities, so he's bringing in a third party to come evaluate, and we are currently trying to get the number of people that come through the golf course, and we'll provide that to Brad, and then hope to get a value on what that potential opportunity may be. And I think it's much bigger than, for instance, doing golf tee signs at the golf course. You sell it to Coca-Cola and they get hole one, and then you go to these others. This is a much bigger thing that we're looking at doing, and I think that that'll be a good potential for that. So that's kind of what we were speaking to.
I think, Mr. Manager, kind of what Maggie was touching on, Edmond Public Schools, YMCA, I know Casey and others, you get together with our legislators and policymakers and things, just maybe establish some type of quarterly meeting, however often you can do it, but just get with them and let them know we're here to help, and we might want their help, and they may want us to do something for them. And so just continue that and enhance that some. Can you show me a metrics on that?
Yes, not perhaps right now. You know, I mean, this is your document, and this is a statement of your collective priorities. So if you're generally okay with some kind of a sentence that says, you know, find ways, or maybe not even find ways, but make intentional efforts to partner with important community agencies, and we can figure out what that, some kind of a statement of intent that you'll buy into and support, and we'll work together to figure out over time what that means in practice. Because even just the agencies or the groups that you just listed off, they would all be somewhat different, but we could still partner with them all effectively.
Figure it out.
Well, and understand that, you know, when you look at something like this particular statement, there's nothing wrong with saying we want to maintain what we have and we want to grow it. You're not necessarily going to be able to measure it unless all of a sudden they're bailing on you and you're saying, okay, all of our partners are leaving us, right? So, Maggie, to your point, it's okay to keep it there and remember that it's important And we need to make sure that people understand it's important, because there are things going on like the study to figure out what sponsorship is worth at different venues. That's great. Maybe we don't need a metric or a deliverable at this point on it. There's nothing wrong with that at this point, because remember, we're shifting gears from the way this was done in the past. So we're gonna have to figure some of this out as we go.
You know what that means? Yeah.
I think it's a maintain.
Okay. So now we're on E, develop a strategy for city-owned property. I think Lena, Randy, and I are all going to touch on this. Lena, do you want to go first?
Sure. I think I would like, oh, well, I'm not, there it is.
You're on.
I think I would like, it's twofold for me. The city-owned properties, to Preston's credit, needs to probably be a workshop, so we can determine what you envision for it. But then also sitting down with the city attorney's office and finding what our legal options are. You know, as I mentioned yesterday, we're working towards getting some of the buildings ready if we did want to redevelop. But then it's also, how do you guys want to do that? Is it an RFP system? Is it in order to guide development in a meaningful way? Is that the intent of the city-owned properties, or is it to use it for future growth for city staff?
I think, to me, the deliverable on this one is to have that working meeting we talked about yesterday, and then go from there. I don't think there's another thing that we know of right now that we would put on here, because we don't know what we're gonna decide to do, right? That's all I would do. I wouldn't overthink it right now. Just my opinion.
So, go ahead.
The only thing I would add is, I don't know how this applies necessarily to goal 3, it names that are at goal 4. Just kind of leave it.
That makes sense.
Understood.
Yeah, I agree.
And that's courtesy of the chief down there at the end.
Again?
Move this.
Here we go.
Treat me right.
No, under 4. It's under.
Okay, so I hear what I hear you saying is you want to move that to 4, right?
Yep.
And then, would it make sense to put these into 2 categories, one being downtown and the second one everywhere else? I mean, there's a difference, I think, between city-owned
Yes, sir.
land downtown and city-owned land everywhere
Yeah.
else. Yeah, okay. But we can incorporate that into another workshop discussion. Okay. Now we're on to public safety, and I think both chiefs and Ben are going to weigh in here. Chief Younger, do you want to start us?
Yes, sir, I think Ben's going to lead us off.
Oh.
All right, thank you all. Benjamin Curry, Director of Emergency Communications and Emergency Management. So in thinking about maintaining our excellence, currently what we're doing right now is when calls come into the center, from the time we answer it until the time that we have it ready for dispatch, we measure that time so we can kind of keep track of that. And then from the time that call is ready for dispatch till it's actually dispatched to a field responder, we measure that as well. We have a standard in place of 30 seconds. I'll go through the numbers here in just a second. We'll go to the next slide of what we did for this last fiscal year. And then we're also going through and doing a quality assurance where we're pulling 5 calls that everybody answers during the month and listening to them and then grading them. And the expectation is they have at least a 92% grade on that. I would, when we come back for budget time, I've been looking at some different ways that we could use AI to actually increase that to 100% QA. So rather than just those 5 calls, figure out a way that we're truly making sure that all the calls that we are processing are as high as they can be. We really are a partnership between police, fire, and 911 emergency management. a lot of times we'll talk about the three-legged stool that without, one of those stools, then public safety doesn't exist. So I'd also even add in there that there's sometimes, the little cross members of the stool, which is public works and electric and water. We all have to work together to maintain public safety throughout the entire city. So then our next one on there is we're working on getting a Project 33 certification. It's a national standard, just saying that our training program is at the highest level it can possibly be. And then on the EM side of things, we've been facilitating exercises between city departments. This year we did a tornado tabletop drill, and then we did an active shooter drill with a bunch of the schools that we brought in and kind of discussed how do we talk to each other, do we have the right tools to be able to communicate and handle an event. And then finally, we've been really working on coming up with additional grant funding that we can find to be able to do things to, and the radio tower, for example, is one of those things that wasn't on anybody's radar, something we hadn't planned for at all. And then when UCO said, hey, we want to take this radio tower down, we were very fortunate to be in a position in the city that we were able to get different departments to pull together funds to be able to do that. But that ended up being a $1.4 million project that we just were not expecting at all. So while that's important, to say, hey, we want all the new shiny things, there's things in the background that we have to have that we don't necessarily anticipate. That was one of those that just came up that no one could have planned for it happening. So Jane, we get the next one for me. So there's looking at the metrics that we used to measure. The call taking was 17 seconds for this last fiscal year, and then dispatching was 27.75. And then just to kind of give you a little bit of a insight into where we're using some taxpayer funds to increase things, Fire recently implemented a station alerting system. So now when the dispatchers take the call, it used to be they would take the information, they'd say, hold on a second, they'd go onto the radio, dispatch out the fire units, then they'd come back to the phone call and continue getting the information from them. Through the G2 station alerting, we're seeing about a 10-second decrease in our dispatching times, because now it just through that entire process, they're able to click a button, which allows them to, the computer essentially dispatches it to the radio, sends it to the laptops and the fire trucks, and even in some of the stations has a TV interrupter that puts the address and the call type up on the screen there. So there was a place where we were able to use technology to save some serious time there. And we talk a lot about seconds in our world, just because seconds are the most important thing to us. We know folks can only live without air for 3.5 minutes. Fires double in size every 30 seconds, so every second we can save. We know there's people still alive today, or houses that didn't burn down, or bad guys in jail because of our actions. And then there, we kind of broke down the calls that were processed in there. So these are numbers that we are constantly pulling and looking at. So we had 40,000 911 calls last year. And you can see the majority of those were all wireless calls. Landlines are pretty much a thing of the past now. And then total calls processed, so the total number of calls that came into the center, not all of those result in a dispatch of somebody going out to there, but that was just over 180,000 calls that they did last year. And then Bill talked a little bit about our new alerted system that's replacing Code Red. So prior to this system, our Code Red system, we had a certain number of minutes that we were allotted each year, and then if we went over those minutes, then we had to pay more. So what we did is we went out and we found a new system that's not minutes-based at all. It's strictly for the contract time. So this is going to allow us to send out a lot more alerts and information to people. The very first phase that I've been working on is getting the emergency alerts up and running. And there you can see the numbers as of this morning that we've had sign up for the system. But phase 2, we want to roll out, hey, if city offices are going to be closed for holidays or for weather, something like that, then Bill and his team could push that out to people right away. If trash is delayed, they don't have to go to Facebook, they don't have to go to the website. We can push that directly to their phones, and then we can geo-target certain areas. If we needed to use this, we have the operational messaging side, which is all for non-emergency alerts, so people could go in and sign up and say, hey, I want to know when road closures are going to happen, and that could be pushed directly to their email, directly to their cell phone as a text, or even a call, depending on what they wanted. So that's kind of our numbers of how we're measuring what we're doing and making sure that we're maintaining that excellence that Edmond expects. Nobody wakes up and says, hey, I'm going to call 911 today, or even really thinks about 911 until something bad happens, but you want to know that when that happens, that you are getting the highest level of service that you possibly can.
Questions?
That was pretty thorough. Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Ben, I do have one question. Sorry, this is where mine and Preston's professional lives kind of dive in here. Can you go back one slide, one more? Explain to what the 17 seconds is on call taking.
So from the time that the 911 call rings, they have to answer it, and then they have to ascertain the address, the call type, and then if it's police, fire, EMS, whatever, and then there's a button that's called ready for dispatch, so then they're clicking that button at that point saying the call is completely ready to be dispatched at that point.
Okay,
they
so
have-
17 seconds isn't just to answer the phone, it's to gather the
Correct.
the data. Okay.
Yeah, and then from the time that's pushed until we have sent the information, that means calling a police officer and giving them the information, or sending the information to the fire trucks to let them know that they have a call and this is where they're going.
Okay. No, that was, I just like to understand what I'm looking at. So.
Sure.
Mr. Mayor, I think I'm next in the public safety discussion. I would like to echo Ben's comments that he began with saying that we view this as definitely a collaborative effort in public safety. And I would offer that it's really outside of just our three departments. I think the city of Edmond has done many things well, but one of the things I think we really ought to be proud of is that we continuously beat down silos between departments and make sure that we're all connected. When that winter storm blows in tomorrow, yeah, we'll be responding to crashes, hopefully safely, but we'll be able to do so because Keith's people have a plan to get us on the road. We have people because we have funding, because Glenn and Chris's people are providing water and electricity that end up funding a lot of our coffers. And so it's just really, I don't think it could be overstated the degree to which, whether it's finance or tourism or utilities and public safety work together to, at the end of the day, deliver what we're all here for, and that service to the community. So thank you, Ben, for saying that. I just wanted to add my 2 cents to it. I think any discussion about the police department needs to start with some of the things we've already put in place as a community. I think most of y'all know in 1997, the council adopted an ordinance forming a community policing board. Within that ordinance, it states that your police department will use a community-oriented policing philosophy in delivering services to this community. And you can read through that, but basically it comes down to 3 things, and it's partnerships, problem solving, and an organizational structure that supports those two issues. So everything that we talk about from the policing standpoint, I would hope would be framed in how are we engaging or partnering with the community? What are we doing to solve long-term problems? You may have heard the adage before, but we'll never arrest ourselves into prosperity or safety. So if we just want to look at those rates, then we're looking at the wrong metric. You know, it's long been said within my profession that really the metric is the absence of crime, not measuring how much crime occurs. That doesn't mean the crime rates aren't important. If you look at any kind of national comparison of places to retire, best cities to live, one of the metrics they're using against us or for us is crime rate. So I'm not trying to downplay that. I'm just trying to hopefully pick our eyes up to the horizon and not just what's on the table, to really what we're trying to provide to the community. Next slide, please. This is an example of messaging. I think that's been a real key topic to just a little bit earlier today, but really across all of these things, it's how are we sharing this information, not only internally with our partners and with council, but to the community. So this is just an example of something that the police department puts out monthly, but I'll be quick to say at the top of that it says activity, not productivity, and I think it's important to keep that distinction in mind as well. There are certain things we're going to do that aren't within our control. So we're not the one calling 911. Hopefully we're not the one having too many crashes. And those are just things we respond to, and so we don't have control over that. So as we talk about metrics, I want to make sure also that I point out, let's focus on things that we can actually have an impact on. Next slide, please. So as been presented, this is what's in this year's budget book. I'm not saying that we need to repeat that. I just want to give context for kind of what we've been directing our efforts at in the past. And as you see, a lot of those are within our control, and they focus on our people. At the end of the day, we say fire, police, electric, utility, we're all in the people business. Work with people, for people. And so a lot of our metrics are, how do we attract good talent? What are we doing to train that talent? How are we equipping that talent? And then how are we walking with them into service in the community? And so I still think that that's worth consideration. And how you frame that, we can probably have some good discussions on, but I just want to put that out there. And then some of the things that are important, I think, from our community members, we talk about kids, and so like you see last year's metric on the internet crimes against children and focusing those types of things. We talk about school visits. So in addition to our school resource officer program, which is probably our largest, most visible partnership in the community, we also use our on-duty officers to provide a presence for elementary schools, and so we capture that. And then lastly, our two large capital projects that we talked about yesterday. Next slide. Again, just some reinforcement for things you've already been talking about to let you know that I think there's some commonality here across departments. These are measures of our three primary social media platforms, and you can see our followers or people that are into our accounts with some comparison cities that both within the state and then I think pretty highly thought of communities and states that surround us. And so, as Bill has mentioned numerous times, that's again something that we should be proud of and know that we do have this pipeline, this conduit to our public and communication, and see how we can better use those. Next, please. And these next three, again, hopefully just encouragement to continue with what you've already been discussing today, and that's the community survey. I reference this a lot when I do my public speaking with our Citizens Police Academy groups or our local civic clubs, that at the end of the day, it's really about quality of life and what do our citizens think their quality of life is here. So we had a pretty good trending line through 2021. And again, I don't believe any one particular survey is where we should plant our flag. I think it's over time. Where's the trend going? And there's two more slides that follow this. There's not a question there that necessarily says, hey, is JD Younger and the police department doing really good? But there are questions like this, overall feeling of safety in Edmond, which I think are really the better metric for how's your police department engaging. There is some degree of granularity as you get down in that survey, if y'all haven't reviewed it, where it does ask, how do you feel about your parks? How do you feel about your fire service? And so, again, I just think if we can consistently deliver these to the community and get that feedback, I think it would give both council and departments some really good guidance on the outcomes for our efforts. I don't know if I have any more slides after goes to fire. Yeah.
When's our next survey happening? Anybody know? Okay. Data's a little bit old, so it'd be good to get an update sometime.
2021 is the last one that was delivered, and I believe Mr. Moore stated earlier that we were delivering them on odd years or even numbered years, but then COVID pushed it back a year, and then we haven't done one since.
Yeah, I think we are planning to budget and run one in this next fiscal year. So that's what we're currently looking at. Probably about $50,000. We have done with this same company that hopefully we would probably look to do it with again. We've done 8 community surveys with them since the year 2000. So we have a lot of historical data with them, and then they also do a lot of communities across the country so that you get a lot of comparisons where they're running very similar questions. You can see how you match up against other communities.
And the response rate on the 2021 survey, if I'm not mistaken, they used a little over 4,000 responses. They broke that into 1,000 per ward. So you had representative responses from each ward. So I think they do some really good work. And again, the benchmark comparisons for other communities throughout the country. So it'll let you know, you feel really good about 98, but what does that mean? And so they have some good comparable cities to tell you, no, you're in a range, or you're outside the range, or sometimes you're below the range. So I think they do a really good job of giving us some tangible information that we can get into rooms like this and talk about, hey, that's an issue, and we need to do something to improve it.
Okay, Mayor, Council, I guess it's my turn. Terry Estry, I'm your fire chief. And a lot of these slides are going to be based on metrics from last year, so we'll go through them one at a time. While I've got the mic, I want to kind of reiterate what these two gentlemen said. You know, police and fire especially, our crews get all the credit. They make the headlines. They get the snacks brought to the station, but our people can't do what they do. I mean, you literally look from Casey and around this table. Everybody here makes what we do possible, so we appreciate that. And everybody here in Edmond does it with no ego and really focuses on what's important for our residents and our visitors, and that's really something, it's a very special thing to be part of. So thank you. I wanted to lead with that. You know, when we talk about, we live in a world of metrics because, again, you guys give us a lot of resources. This community gives us a lot of resources. We're very blessed. And we have to make sure that we're performing at the level that we should be. And metrics really give us a chance to see how we're performing. So I love the metrics because, hey, are we doing it right or are we not doing it right? And we really look at two different things. We look at the prevention side and we look at the response side after something has happened. And with the prevention side, we're looking at, go ahead and hit the next slide. And I'm just going to kind of talk about these as we go, please. Is there a next slide? Okay, all right, we'll just dive into it. So on the prevention side, I think there's a couple of things that maybe we haven't tracked in the past that we should be to really make sure we're painting the right picture, and that's residential fire loss and residential fire saves. We don't really focus enough on the property that we save, and that's something we really need to focus in on as we move forward. And another thing is we need to focus on commercial property lost and saved. And those are the ones we have a lot more control over because we can get in, we can inspect those. We're residences, we can educate and we can help assist, but we don't really have the resources or the ability to go inspect those places. So there's a lot of variables there. So you have the prevention side. And obviously, you know, it's really hard to get people to pay for things that never happen, but that's where our success lies, as Chief said. And that's a very hard thing to measure because there's a lot of things that don't happen because of the actions that our people do. And it starts with Kirsten's team and Bill's team and everybody here to help us do that. So there's a lot of success that we don't see that's hard to articulate, but it's very real. But as we move into the response side, you know, time is our enemy. Time, nothing in our world, once something happens, we want to prevent it, but once it happens, nothing ever gets better with the more time that goes by. Homes flash over within 3 minutes, and the best chance we have to remove a fire victim from a home and to have them actually survive and walk out of the hospital and get back to normal life, we've got to do that within 10 minutes after we arrive, so we have to move quick. And so we measure our response times out the gate as soon as wheels roll into the scene. And so those are the things that we really keep an eye on. For EMS calls, it's 60 seconds to be out the door. For fire calls, because it takes a little bit more time to put gear on and things and get your crew together, that's 80 seconds. And then we want to have the first truck or engine on scene within 4 minutes. And seconds save minutes, and minutes saves lives, and that's really what we focus in on. And that just doesn't feed into fires, it also feeds into cardiac arrests. The national average for out-of-hospital cardiac arrest survival and it's not just about surviving, we want people to survive and then be admitted from the hospital and go back to normal life. And the national average is about 10% of these people walk away from the hospital neurologically intact. Our rates are double that. And so we are right there along with Seattle. Their rates are about 20%. Our rates are about 20% also. So what we're doing here is working, and it's an incredible thing. And I think that's something we also need to measure. I think the three of us, whether we say it out loud or not, I think we want this to be the safest city in America, and I think we're well on our way to doing that. Does anyone have any questions?
I think this is another area where maintain is the right metric because there's too many under the hood. But I just want to say, like, in the budget book, there are 13 pages of metrics for a lot of your departments. I think emergency management, the three departments here, are probably the best in terms of really measuring and really optimizing. It's because you're in life safety roles, right? Like, those seconds are important. So you guys invest a lot of time, I think, into measuring and optimizing. And I think it's a good example for how everybody could be doing it, or most departments could be doing it. Not to criticize anybody else, but you guys sort of have to do that by default. So just want to point that out.
I was just quickly going to say, Terry, I know it's hard, JD, to measure loss prevention. I mean, you're measuring something that doesn't happen. I think the best, but it is a metric you need to watch, especially if it goes upward. Then you dig in, what can we address? So I know it's frustrating for everybody, but that loss prevention part's a big part of what you guys do and to watch. Thanks.
Mr. Mayor, Director Curry and Chief Younger, Chief, you know, the emergency items you send out via email, I know the citizens appreciate that, and I forward them on to people that are concerned about the weather and things of that. So I just want to compliment the three of you for the work you do. And our fire chief, you've been here a season now. You've gone from summer to fall, getting close to winter, and we haven't had a chance to have a one-on-one chat, but as you know, I stop by the fire station sometimes and grab a cup of coffee, and the rank and file tell me that you are a firefighter's chief. And that's a high compliment that they're giving you, and I just want you to know that. And you're doing good work, I know, from what you've just said to us and your team, but thank you, and I hope you're enjoying Edmond.
Thank you. Yeah, and yeah, loving it.
I think I just want to add one thing to this whole conversation, and it kind of backs up both of the chiefs' comments about, you know, what's really important is what you don't measure. And if you think about it in the manufacturing world, it took us decades to figure out that you measure number of days since a lost time accident. Well, trying to figure out how you measure that in the fire and the police world would be a huge monumental task. And if anybody can figure it out, you can probably write a book and get rich. And you don't typically get rich writing books anymore, but it would be amazing if you could. And, you know, Phil, backing up your point, the loss prevention piece of it, the safety piece of it with our citizens is so important. And, you know, to all three of you, you've got good statistics that you keep, and they're readily available when citizens ask. And it's not like we're going to throw, you know, once again, 40 different metrics at them and say, here you go. I think all that does is cloud the waters somewhat. But the fact that you are measuring at the department level is huge. And I commend you on all of that. And now if we can just figure out how we deal with the prevention piece as far as a metric, I'd love it. So thank you.
I'll add one more thing quickly. I just really appreciate the way that you all show up in the community, and that's priceless. I mean, you can't measure that, but being here now and knowing that there's a police officer in and out of my kids' school is really helpful. It helps me be able to focus. And my kids know some firefighters. I still want to say fireman. Firefighters. They know some of them by name because of the education in schools. So what you do is really important to even our youngest generation. Kids need to feel safe in order to learn and focus and play. So we really appreciate you. And I recently did a round table at my kids' school, and the question, I told you this, the question they kept asking me, they are concerned about tornadoes, these Oklahoma kids. So I don't know if they're watching Twister or what, you know, but it is interesting what is important to our youngest citizens and the way that we can show up for them. And I appreciate you all for doing that.
Okay, we'll move on.
Yep.
Our next one is operational efficiency. And I know Chris is going to begin and offer up a couple of specific points, and then we'll probably ask for a little bit of clarity if we're too narrow here or if there's something else that the council had in mind.
Oh, boy. I need to quit writing stuff on paper.
Chris, you need to
Mr. Knife, you
quit.
can use that microphone if you would.
Yeah, I don't think it's on, is it? Oh, okay, now it's on. All right. Thank you, sir.
You want to borrow mine? Do you need it?
No, I got it. Somewhere. Yep, it's on this sheet. I think going back to all of your points on measuring, police and fire and emergency management have it easy in this regard because they've got all this data tracking built in and, you know, cool gadgets. Water, wastewater, we're getting there. We're getting up to speed. One of the things that we struggle with is how to relay the information and not getting into information overload, to your point. We've talked about a lot. Drinking water compliance, that's an easy one for us to track. We track it. What does that mean to everybody? Well, your water's safe. Well, I think we all understand our water's safe, or you'd hear that it wasn't safe. So you're operating under the assumption that it's safe unless it's not. We report it. You know, it's something we need to do a better job of listing out and I think simplifying and just working through this whole process on how we report. Not that anybody's paying attention, but wastewater, we do care about whether we're in compliance with what we're discharging into the creek that goes into Deep Fork River and to Eufaula and down the Mississippi River. We measure that. That's something that's done, and we just don't do a great job of reporting, but those are two really good and easy ones to report, and you all understand we're doing a good job. You know, it can go on and on with asset management. You know, the amount of time we spend on preventive maintenance and kind of to the point of measuring things that aren't breaking. Well, we measure things that we're doing in prevention for our industry, but it's more industrial, so it makes sense. We want to spend money on preventing the failure rather than responding to failure. No offense to firefighters, but we don't want to put out fires. We just want to fix things in an orderly fashion before they break. And then one of our largest issues and this is just for water resources, and I know everybody else deals with it, but employee retention and recruiting is one of our big goals right now, and tackling that. So I'm sure AJ and I'll have some really fun conversations pretty quick. But our turnover rate in water resources last year was 21%. I don't know how many businesses are going to survive with 21% turnover, other than, you know, some of the less technical businesses. But, you know, these water and wastewater facilities that we're building now are as complicated as power plants, and we're paying like, well, we're competing with Panda Express for operation staff. So just perspective for everybody in the room, and I don't think that's something to be proud of. Just being truthful with you, you know, we've got people that you're literally entrusting your health with them every day, whether it's the people working on the lines or at the plant that keep this $1 billion worth of assets going. And we lose them all the time now to, I mean, name your place. It used to be that we were competing with other cities for similar jobs, but it's not the case anymore. I can go work at Lowe's and not be on call 24/7 and work 16-hour shifts and be stressed out because the whole city's water supply is in my hands. So that's one of those things we've got to get better on.
Thank you.
I'll stop there. Off my soapbox.
I think I speak for everyone, I say, I think we feel uplifted. Thank you.
Yeah,
sorry,
And it
Ed.
pays too much, too. Let me just give you thoughts on.
Slightly passionate.
My thoughts on this one, because I think I brought the term up yesterday to kind of congeal maybe some of what Barry was thinking. To me, for those who are familiar with the 13 pages of goals and metrics in the budget book, to me, the deliverable on this one, or where we want to be on this one, is in a position where everyone is measuring and everyone is improving every year, right? And so I don't think this is one thing. I think it's, if you go through these, and again, I don't know how much we're actually using these metrics or if it was just to check a box in the budget book, but for every one of your departments, there are things that are goals tied to strategic goals that don't align with these, but neither here nor there. So, and then there's performance measures, time frame for completion, and then year-over-year measurements. And so when I think operational efficiency, I think we need to get to the point where we're measuring, we have a baseline of performance or level of service, depending on what your department does. And it may not apply to everybody, but we have that baseline level of service, right? Because we're all ultimately service organizations. And then year over year, we're showing improvement on whatever those metrics are. So right now, I think we lack some data in the baseline. There's a lot of them that are like, I don't know, I would say vague. Some of them are really good. But to me, we don't even know if we can improve until we've got a baseline of the level of service we're providing. So if it were me, year one, I would just say establish the baseline for every group. But there were other things I think others had in mind on this one too.
I think there was quite a bit rolled up into that. And I mean, we just previously heard from emergency management, police, and fire about response times and dispatch times. And that goes to the heart of operational efficiency. And you're measuring it. And that's how you know if you're getting better or not, is finding what you can measure that shows you're becoming more and more efficient at what you do. And you've got to take into account all of those things that you have to do. You look at what, Chris, what your guys do, Keith, what your guys do. Well, even when we look at public safety, there are things you have to do that are regulatory in nature, Edmond Electric, that you can't get away from, and you have to figure out how to build those into it. And the secret is, you gotta pursue perfection. And your goals, I noticed a goal up there earlier that said the goal was 92%. Why isn't the goal 100%? Perfection should be the goal. We'll accept excellent. Because what happens is you get people who get really good at their job and they get really efficient and they just coast because they're hitting the score every time. And what do we really want them to do? We want them to be rubbing off on their coworkers, helping their peers get better as well. And that's really what operational efficiency is about, is how do we make the entire department as efficient as possible? How do we respond to the public's needs and requests as efficiently as possible? That goes to any open records request we get. We're measured every single time on how long it takes us to get that information to the public. Well, that's how you measure operational efficiency of in most cases, the city clerk's office, or the other flip side is the police department, right, on those requests. And so, as Preston said, yeah, every single department we have in city government, there's something that you can use to measure that efficiency. And yes, it starts with a baseline, because if you don't know what you're doing today, what are you measuring against? And so I think that's part of that, that challenge is to go back in and look at what we had done previously. Some of them have got some decent numbers in there as far as a baseline goes, a place to start. But that ought to be something that we're talking about all the time. Not necessarily at the council level. I mean, that's a department level thing that when the inquiry comes in, we can point and show what you guys are doing, because once again, I think we've said it a couple of times over, a little over a day and a half now. We're doing some great things, and we don't brag about it enough. And some of the things we do, we need to be bragging about a whole lot more. And this is a big piece of it. So, yeah, I think it's, when you look at the department level, this is a big one. I don't know that it's something that, when you say, okay, council, what are the 4, 5, 6, 7 things that you want at the very top of the pile to look at quickly every week or every month? But it's so incredibly important.
And let me just add one more thing, just because there's intent behind this. It's not for us to manage you guys. We don't do that. It's not for anybody to be, for it to be used against you. It's not about that either. Let me just give an example. But it is about defining what level of service we're providing. An example, I'll pick on Keith a little bit. I asked a while back, about water leaks. Y'all have seen in the weekly notes now, we have water leak metrics. I think that's because I asked for them. But people ask us about water leaks, right? It was a big deal 2 years ago until y'all added more staff and this contractor to help. But I didn't know, I couldn't answer people to where we stand on that or how long it was taking or what to expect. So I asked Randy, who I think asked Keith, to add water leak metrics into the weekly notes. So every week now we see it. I don't know if we need to do it forever, but it's high, medium, and low, size of leaks, and then how many days it's taking us to resolve those, right? So number one, that gives us all the data to respond to citizens on that level of service. But also, when we go into budgeting for next year, right, if we tell you, just in this example, we want to cut that in half, right? You're going to say, I need twice as many people, right? And so that allows us to have that discussion with data, with numbers, to say either we can do this or we can't. Whereas before, it's fuzzy, right? Because we don't know what we're doing and we don't know what it takes to improve it or if we impact it, if we cut funding. So that's what it's about to me, is informing all that discussion and being able to communicate that to the public.
Yeah, Preston, just so you'll know, Keith's transferred all water leak responsibility to me. Good luck getting those fixed now. Chris, I think it's an interesting, and I'm not shocked by it, the number of people and the turnover rate. And you're the operations guy, not me. Personally, where I am an operations person, I've always looked at it, I'd rather have fewer higher paid. That creates stress points, but it's one of the things you have to measure and work out. It's a tough one.
Oh yeah, it's simple.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think to not be on the doom and gloom side, and back to all of your points, there's a lot of things that we do measure and we measure well and we do a great job of. What you see in the budget book was that you want to see more operational data, and we need to provide that at the department level. I think the budget book's been a good place to show it. Historically, we had some, but I think better reporting of some of these numbers. It's everything from sewer overflows. I know people would be surprised to hear that sewer overflows into creeks sometimes, and that's not a good thing, and that's why we put money into replacing pipes. And so this is why we do this thing, and we track a lot of that. We just don't do a great job of telling the story. So.
Well, I think you're unfair to yourself a little bit too, in saying police and fire and emergency management have all
I
these
just like
metrics.
to give them a hard time.
Yeah, I know, and they deserve it. But you're forced to have metrics by the regulatory things. There's
Correct.
lots. I love reading and seeing those stories about where we are with the different regulatory contaminants that we're required to meet and so forth. So that's an important metric for you.
I'm glad you like to read that.
Only if it's good.
Okay, I think we have a handle on that. Next is community image.
I think it's just the workshops we talked about.
That's,
Yeah.
okay, I didn't take that note.
We can go back to it if you'd like.
Or we could take a break.
Well, before you take a break, I'm fine with whatever you want to do. Time check, we have an hour and, no, what do we have? 3:30. So we have an hour and 45 minutes left, right? We have 3 sections still to go through.
I'm happy to plow on.
Yeah. Good.
Let's go.
Well, I wasn't trying to talk you out of taking a break. I mean, I don't need one, but I just don't want to deprive anybody. Okay, so I think the next initiative area is strategic development. And first one, open for business, and I think we're looking for some clarification there about what that means in practice and what you'd like to see that would somehow measure that or assure you of that.
So I put it on there. And there's kind of 2 pieces to it. The first one is we need to have people available in this city for our citizens to do business with us all the time. And when I say all the time, I mean there's an expectation from the public that they can do business with the city Monday through Fridays, 8 to 5. And yet, the biggest complaint I get is typically from small home builders who say, I can't find anybody to help me on a Friday.
Okay. So in that case, it was literally open for business.
Literally open for business. And the second piece really and truly kind of goes back to what we've already talked about the process itself.
Okay.
And how do we turn into an organization that is an enabler? Instead of saying, no, you can't do that, say, here's what we need to do to get that done. And I know that's part of what you all are working on is how do you make it through the application process easier? But I think it goes through the whole thing. It goes through, the entire planning process. It goes through the inspection process. We need to be helping people get things done. And I don't want us to be compared to Oklahoma City when it comes to the inspection process during construction, where if you're a developer or a general contractor, you hope every single day that you get the right inspector coming out. Otherwise, it's going to be a long process to get through it. I don't want that to happen in Edmond. I want to be able to say, we're helping projects happen. We're helping things get sped up. And so when we're open for business, I mean, we are a user-friendly, customer-facing entity that does our job to keep things moving. Yeah.
So we have, when the city first went to the 4 9s and a 4 with the half-day Fridays, we tried it with our inspection staff. It didn't work because we couldn't get our inspections done on Friday afternoons. So our inspection staff actually they have the option to work 5/8 or 4 8.5s and a 6-hour day on Friday just to make sure that we're getting all of the inspections done. Anything that comes into the office after 11:30 on Friday, I'm looking at my emails all Friday afternoon because I'm usually working all Friday afternoon, even though our office isn't open, and anything that's urgent usually gets handled. So if you have specific instances where people are saying they aren't being helped in a timely manner, can you please send those over to me?
Yeah, and for what it's worth, Mayor, I didn't take that as I don't think your intent was to single out a particular
No.
department or.
Oh, no.
You meant
It's just,
If you're
you already
guilty,
addressed the
then-
fact that you're working on improving the process, right?
Yes, and that was it. is
Yeah, no,
we've
it's-
made adjustments, so if we still have issues, please let me know.
Yeah, no, I get those comments from a lot of developers about all kinds of different issues. It's not just
Yeah.
the application process.
And I also want to throw in, we do 24-hour turnaround on inspections. We will even do same-day inspections if they get them scheduled before 7 a.m. that day. Where Oklahoma City, I know there was a time that they
Oh,
were 2 to 3
it's
weeks out.
horrible. That's why I said that. I don't want us to look like
So
that.
one of the things, just kind of to point out on, like, what were we on a few minutes ago? The keeping the consistency and how we are now, is that's one of the things to keep in mind, is we'd like to continue to do the 24-hour turnaround and inspections and be able to get them done next day.
It goes
Is
hand
this the
in
same as
hand
development
with it,
process?
yes.
Some overlap.
There's some overlap there. The bigger deal is the perception. I mean, the perception is huge, guys, whether we want to admit it or not. I mean, when people walk into this building, we have these two windows. I think their expectation is someone's sitting at the window, and there's never anybody at a window unless you've rung the bell or whatever you do to get someone up there. And it is a perception thing. Trust me, I know, because a lot of times when I've asked Randy, it's like, well, yeah, we did all that in 24 hours, and yet they're still complaining about it. And we got to admit, perception's reality for most people, right?
Well, I think, as I look at it and I hear people, I think it's a cultural thing, and I put it a little bit different. I always say optics matter, and they really do. And instead of addressing it from the negative, let me look at it from the positive part. You know, I've told JD this several times, and Terry, you as well, and that when I'm around those officers, those firemen, man, I want to be with them. I can tell that they have a concern for people, almost a love for people. And that's because of the culture, and JD won't take credit for this, he's too humble, but he said it started before him, but it's been, the game's been upped. I mean, that makes a difference in the community. And I would like for all of us to be seen in that same vein outside those first responders. And I hate to I don't want to get too anecdotal, but I can't help, this is a good example. I don't ever want to see us really, somebody comes to you, whomever, the first answer should not be no. It should be, man, here's what I have to deal with. This is going to be an issue because of. Maybe that doesn't work. But let's look at it, talk about it, go down the road, as Randy used to always teach me. How do we get to yes if we can? And sometimes I get it. Sometimes we just can't get there. But right out of the block, it shouldn't be hitting our head against the wall, no. We don't know. We're not far enough down the road. There's a lot to overcome. Maybe we can't overcome it. So that would be my only thing. I think it's part of a cultural thing that we want to continue to develop. And that doesn't mean that it's bad, that it's awful. We're talking about how do we make things better, I think, here. And that's from my perspective, because those optics do matter. They do matter for Heather. They do matter for people who are trying to attract capital here into this city. And so that's, for what that's worth, that's my 2 cents.
Okay. Next item is historic preservation. Ken?
Yeah, on this one, we have a couple of thoughts about historic preservation. One is that the Unified Development Code could probably be enhanced or modified to accomplish some of the benefits frequently associated with historic preservation districts, and I'm talking capital H, capital P, not just taking care of older structures. And then we also have our neighborhood revitalization program, Edmond Builds. That could probably be expanded to cover some additional areas and enhanced to cover topics including the celebration of historic homes and buildings, which I think is reflective of the discussion from yesterday.
Yes.
Next.
Yes.
Very good?
Yes.
Okay.
The measure? I don't know. We'll get back
Well,
to it.
Ken, would you, I think,
It's a deliverable, right?
yeah, I think,
The code covers, attempts to cover the things, and the and our Edmond Builds program can be, like, we can talk more about that. We can look at resources to enhance that program.
Yeah, the Historic Preservation Trust also has a role. They're interested. Citizen, yes. I'm good.
Okay. So then, next item under strategic development is plan to control growth of East Edmond. And so Chris has a couple of, well, at least one or 2 points to make about utility service, utility extension there, if that's in the right vein that the council met it. Chris, do you want to?
Yeah, I guess it depends on what we're talking about, but I'll make an attempt just because I insert myself into every conversation apparently. So we recently talked to Public Works Committee about phased plan and coming up with a plan for sewer for East Edmond, and really as part of the Unified Development Code, having a better phased out plan so that there's more certainty around growth, development, what the council wants, and then how do we pay for this new infrastructure so that utilities doesn't have to go back and rebuild it 10 years after it's put in. We can have a planned phased approach that development can pay into rather than going back and reacting to a problem that development creates because we had a code that said whatever that was. So working with any large development like the 15A out east, and the water plant being another large user out there, we need a sewer solution for it. So trying to partner with ourselves, but also with development and come up with a plan and some certainty to timelines and options for development to speed the process up if they want to participate financially to speed that up, and coming back with a plan for you all to look at and give comments on, do the public outreach and all that, and get some buy-in, and then put it, whether it's code or whatever it is, just give that certainty to it. And then I think that goes hand in hand with the controlled growth rather than the continued acreage next to big subdivision. Just give it a little order. And the lack of sewer and water out there has created its own issues over the years, so.
So was that what you were looking for, or? No.
That's fine, I'll put the mic back.
Mr. Moore, I'll let you start on this one.
I just think we have to have some common sense out there. It's real simple. I mean, we're on a grid, mile this way, mile that way. You can't get to the interstate, and we continue to put in those large subdivisions. And we can't handle the traffic. We've got a schoolhouse coming in, and when is that, August, I guess? That's going to make it worse to try to get to I-35. And I don't know, maybe it's time that we have another look at how we're going to go about that out there. I know Mr. Bryan has thoughts on that, and you're pretty passionate about planning, and you've got, I don't agree with a lot of your passionate thoughts, but nevertheless, they're yours, and you're the city planner, so here we are. So if we could sit down and figure this thing out, Mr. Fisher's you got problems out there that's growing like a weed. You got to get power to them. Police have to get out there. There's no fire stations needed out east. So we're going to have to work on this. And it's not just not building. I know people want to live out there. I live out there. But we've got to bring some sensibility to what we're doing.
Councilman, can I ask, are you maybe overly simplified? Are you talking about just revisiting the East Edmond plan?
That's a starter kit, yes.
You just won't say yes? No, I'm kidding.
Well,
No. Yeah, I'll say yes. Let's revisit that. But when we do it, let's think about where we are, and I know we did last time, but let's think about where we are long-term and where we are short-term. It's important. And if we don't get a handle on this, we're going to have a mess out there. So that's what I'm saying, yes.
Okay.
So let's move on.
I think,
Well-
no, I want to say, I think it'd be real helpful because, I think at council level, we have no clue what the expectation is. Expectation in East Edmond, I promise you, is different for people who live in East Edmond. So I don't know what we're trying to do. I don't know how Mr. Bryant can have any idea what we're trying to do. I sure don't know how our utility companies can have any idea what we're trying to do. So I think that does need to be a starter kit.
Yeah.
Well,
What are we trying to do?
Yeah, there is one important thing that we just kept talking about in the East Edmond 2050 plan. And that was, if we develop East Edmond according to the best scenario we have on the table here, it's going to cost us, what was the numbers, over $700 a house a year.
Right.
That we don't have. And what that means is that we just keep building uncontrolled east of the interstate. How are we going to support it? Because we don't have the money to build the infrastructure to handle it long-term. So, I don't think anyone wants to use the word moratorium out there, but we've got to slow it down and control it and get a picture of what we want to do, because Phil, you are right. The expectations of the people that live east of the interstate today, they have a very distinct thought about what it ought to look like, because so many of them moved out there before there were all these neighborhoods with 300, 400, 500 homes in them. And we know we can't just shut it down to that long term. But we've got to have a better plan than we have today, which is every time a developer comes in, well, it meets the code, therefore we're going to say yes.
I don't disagree.
And that doesn't give the council or the planning commission any grounds to say, whoa, time out.
I just think that
Well, I
2018
want to also
plan
point
needs.
something out about, the fire chief sitting down there, at 5:30 to 5:45, 6:15, if you have an engine that needs to go east, you can't get that done. It's very difficult. And you just said seconds matter. Well, you're looking at minutes. You can't drive that truck in the ditch, and it's a problem, and you know it. And so it's not just homes, it's safety. Safety. It's at certain times of day, it's just, you can't do it. It's not functional. So, Mr. Manager, you know what I'm saying about, let's revisit this thing and figure out what we're doing out there.
I'm wading into this, and I probably shouldn't.
No, I want you.
We've been planning East Edmond since 2013 when we did the wastewater master plan out there, and we've been implementing that plan accordingly. All that growth that's occurring out there was a part of that master plan and needed to support our future utility.
That's right.
Our ability to have our utilities. East Edmond plan reflected that, and that's adopted into the Edmond 2018 plan, which shows where development is going to occur, the appropriate level for that development being suburban level, which is what you're seeing with Woodland Park and all those things. I think if anything, we probably need to have a workshop with council and go over all the previous plans so you know where we're at.
Well, I have a really novel idea. Why don't we have an Edmond 2026 plan?
Agreed.
How's that?
That's what you want?
Well, 2018.
We need
yeah.
something because, to Randy's point, we adopted this plan and yet we acknowledge the fact that we can't afford it.
It was helpful to get the utilities.
I think you're taking what came out of the scenario planning. That was the most efficient scenario that we could put on the ground. That doesn't mean there's a more efficient one out there. That is what it is. We chose the most efficient one there was. Doing nothing is not efficient either, is the
Well, no, that's why I said, no one wants to just say, we just shut it down. We can't do that because people want to move here. But we got to figure out what that path forward is because we don't have the revenue to do what we need to be doing. We just don't have it.
Well, I think I probably have the most history with this here. I think,
Next to that baby that was born last night.
yeah, I talked to him this morning. I think two things can be true at the same time. Everything that Randy said is empirically based and can be quantified, and it's there. And what Councilman Moore, you just said, can be true at the same time as well, that in 2026, there may be a desire, I won't say, there is a desire, it sounds like, on the part of the council to at least relook. Maybe there's no real need to read into the word revisit. It can be relook, revisit, re-examine, consider the appropriateness of whatever word we want to look at. But there's no question that we need to grow. I think the question becomes, what does that growth look like? The best places for it, the right density, gauging the impact on services, gauging the impact on emergency response times, all those things that we know go into it. All by way of saying, I don't want this to seem like, I don't want anyone to walk out of here thinking this is a negative. I think it's good. Every plan gets revisited at some point, or re-examined, or reconsidered.
It's not meant to be a negative at all. It's just something that I think needs to be looked at.
Yeah.
Okay. That's definitely a workshop item for us to figure out a process to do that. A process to relook at the plan, I think. I think there's a workshop titled blank, the Edmond 2050 plan.
It's pretty articulate, blank.
Thank you.
Okay.
The baby born last night gave me that.
All right, you know what that, yeah.
Now where am I? Lost my place. Oh, attainable housing.
Okay, so on attainable housing, we've talked a lot about the magical powers of the Unified Development Code, but we do believe that it has the potential to make it easier to expand supply in terms of infill development, redevelopment, revitalizing key corridors west of the interstate, and things like that. So, just with that tool in place, we're hoping to kind of lower the barrier to entry for reinvesting in housing, and that's certainly a component that is important, and I think there are other programs that we can look at as well.
Yeah. And so we do have parameters under, go ahead.
I'm getting ready to.
Nope, go ahead. We do have the housing assessment that was accepted by council a couple of years ago that does have tasks and 5 priority goals that are supposed to be working on the UDC, as magical as it will be, is one of them. There are several other things that fall under CDBG as the rehabilitation of existing housing stock, as well as a housing authority and a housing trust fund to do some other programming. We can't go after home funds, which is another pot of money with HUD, without a housing authority and without a 25% match. And so those are programs that are outlined in the housing assessment, and there's other tasks. There's work with code enforcement and building for property maintenance that I've already started conversations on. So it's really, it's in the works.
This one's very simple to measure, in my view. The housing study said we need X number of units of different types.
Yeah, 9,000.
How are we doing year over year on this?
Well, actually, since 2023, it's 1,460 units, is that correct? So 1,460 units since October of '23.
But it's,
700 instead of 890 or 900, right?
It's 9,000 total is
Yeah,
what we
that-
need.
Yeah,
Mhm.
by a
But
certain
that's
day, right?
annually.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm talking about annually.
We can get that annually. That's definitely something that can be pulled up. We have all that reporting, it's just pulling it out and providing it.
Yeah, there's like different types, right, 3 or 4 different. So I think that's the measure here, and we, how do we know we're getting better, is just how are we doing on that metric at the end of the year?
And again, we can even,
You just want to review the progress. That's the.
Yeah, the housing
Yep.
study had a few metrics. We need so many multifamily, so many condo townhome, so many single family. So just how are we doing on those?
Do we need to explore, get information on what it would be like to establish an Edmond Housing Authority?
we've had small conversations about it. We can definitely we'd have to work with legal and establishing that and what the next steps would be.
Maybe at some point, I would like to learn more.
Yep.
Yeah, especially the, what's it called, Chris? What am I trying to say? The things that it entails from, I guess, lack of better, regulatory to the federal government to have one.
Right.
Does
So
that
we're
make
not a
sense?
participating jurisdiction. We've hit it with population. We need to hit it with what our allocation is from CDB, on the CDBG side in order for us to be what they call a PJ. We can go after those competitive funds with the Oklahoma Housing Finance Agency. But we can also get us up to the level, which is $750,000. We can do a match and get us up to that level. And a lot of that, when I say match, and I've meant to say this when we talk about grants, we need to start also thinking about match isn't just necessarily hard cold cash or taxes or whatever we're going to use. It can be that in-kind services. We're doing that with one grant right now, the Safe Streets for All. We're tracking staff's time, and that is part of our match. So it doesn't necessarily mean we need to come up with $300,000. We're equating that to their salary. So we can do that with some of the things that we do and bring that up to that level to where we could be a participating jurisdiction. But again, there's several things that need to be in place before we even get there.
So now I think we're on 5, fiscal diligence. And the first one is impact fees. Ken's going to start.
Yeah, very good. Yeah, I was asked to provide a little background on what we've done previously regarding impact fees. So in terms of background of that whole process, both the 2050 plan and the Wilden study in the 2021, 2022 timeframe showed a fiscal gap between services that we need to provide and our ability to provide them of approximately $25 million a year. Both those studies recommend exploring development impact fees. So in the fall of '23, council contracted with Tischler Bice and appointed a 19-member focus group to provide advice and feedback on that process. That project kicked off in December with focus group meetings and public open houses. The analysis continued into the summer and fall of 2024. We had further public discussions about the impact fee results. Then the project was kind of put on pause while we looked at some other things, the GeoBond program, and then securing the general fund and the CIP expiring sales tax. In terms of impact fee, just what is an impact fee and those kinds of things, it's a one-time fee, usually collected with the issuance of a building permit. It enables new growth to contribute its equitable share to whatever the impact fee is assigned to. It has to be used to build growth-related capacity in terms of infrastructure. And the capital must have a useful life of at least 10 years. So that means you probably can't buy a new police car, but you might be able to buy a fire truck. Cannot be used for operations, maintenance, or repairs, and cannot be used to correct existing deficiencies. So there's a lot of discussion in, say, west of downtown of the shortcomings of the stormwater infrastructure there where you can't use an impact fee to install a stormwater system that probably should have been installed decades ago. Part of the study included an estimated revenue for some various categories that we looked at. We were in the mode of receiving feedback. There was a lot of comparison to Oklahoma City. They're the only other city in the state that has an impact fee program. Some of the comments were that we need to make sure we're doing good oversight and getting those fees spent on the things that are designed to be spent on quickly. There was some concern on the effect on housing affordability. We wanted a different approach in the urban area, especially as it pertains to roads. So that's something that could be accommodated or incorporated. We were just starting the discussion on credits and how that might work. And then do we need to have a difference between redevelopment versus new development? And so that's kind of where we left it when we paused that program or the study.
Thank you. And so, council, a couple overarching comments. One, we don't exist in a vacuum. We have to be aware of and sensitive to what the regional marketplace is doing. We wouldn't want to do something that would put ourselves at a disadvantage. And two, the process of going through an impact fee study, the first part of it's all math. And so the first part of it is simply an equation, ultimately that determines what the math can support. The math is how does the city collect revenue in the form of impact fees from new development to mitigate the impacts of growth, and that would often be tied to a transportation master plan or some kind of a drainage master plan. I think Ken's example is a good one. If in an area where we know there's a particular problem that exists prior to growth, we can't use it to solve a deficiency. But for me, having learned what I've learned about Edmond over the course of the last, well, really a few years, but certainly the last several months, it was hard for me, as you remember, it was hard for me to believe that Edmond didn't have impact fees. I'll go back to what I said a second ago. There's what the math can support, but there's ultimately what you can support from a policy standpoint. And so just because the equation shows that you can collect $2 for a roadway improvement doesn't mean that you'll impose a $2 fee on new development for a roadway improvement plan. But I think now, particularly on the heels of the successful sales tax election, I think it's incumbent upon us to, leverage resources where we can. And people like to use a phrase, having growth pay its own way. And again, that's somewhat subjective. But this is a way for growth to at least contribute to its own way. Someone can make a determination later about whether or not they've paid for it. But this is an opportunity for growth to help us keep up with the kinds of capital improvements that will benefit the entire community. To me, it's a way to leverage our resources, and it's something that I think we should absolutely consider and figure out the right way, the right point at which to pick the study back up, update whatever needs to be updated, but get it and take it through a process and at least give you the opportunity to make a policy determination it fits or it doesn't fit. And we can limit the categories, we can limit the amounts, we can do all those things, and Ken's absolutely right. It can get a little bit complicated when you start to factor in credits and those kinds of things, but lots and lots of other places do it. It can be done. We won't be reinventing the wheel here. But I think from our standpoint, we have to at least give you, council, the opportunity to make the policy decision in an overarching sense relative to growth.
Do you think the study needs to be updated, or is it good as is? Seems like a workshop might be an appropriate next step here.
Yeah, the study's not complete. So we would need to probably be a little bit updated I think a lot of the data was collected in '23, so maybe update that. And then get some direction from council and finish the study and what the program would actually look like and how it will be adopted and implemented, those kinds of things.
Okay.
The other thing I'd add too is we have to engage the development community. We don't want them to be surprised by it. I mean, we want to treat them as partners, and we want to treat them, give them a literal seat at the table to discuss it. But I think those things can happen concurrently.
So it's it might be update the / complete the study and then bring it forward to a workshop, something like that. I would support that. I don't know about the rest of you.
I heard you mention something about categories. You know how I feel about that one.
Yes. I do, yes.
I don't know what you're talking about there.
I do want to look at impact fees, but I'm not going to be anybody's dog that'll pet me on these things. They've got to be reasonable, and that one category, we shouldn't be doing that.
Understood.
Glad you do.
Okay. I think the next item is truly all yours, Budget Task Force recommendations.
I think that one's just pending the briefing to council. I don't think there's any other action here right now.
I think that'll probably just go straight to council.
I'm sorry, I was taking a note. Would you say
No,
that again?
she got it.
Oh, okay.
I think it'll just go
Good.
straight to council on that one.
Good. Okay, then we're on to citywide capital plan. And this is your first.
Can we take 5 minutes, get back in here at 2:28?
Yeah, I've got a request for a short recess.
5 minutes, 2:28.
So, are you making a motion there?
I am, sir.
I have a motion and a second to recess for 5 minutes until 2:28.
Thank you.
Cast your vote. We're recessed.
Motion to reconvene?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Cast your vote. We are back in session.
Okay, I believe we're on citywide capital plan, so Mr. Krieger and I are going to tackle this one. I think we're seeking just a little bit of clarity, but maybe just a quick background first from a staff perspective. So when we hear citywide capital plan, I think in our minds, we think of it in two different buckets. We think of utilities and non-utilities. And so when we think of how capital projects are funded, non-utility capital projects, there's 2 dedicated sales taxes for those. And with those funds, there's 5-year budgets. Of course, they're not adopted, but that's how the CIP Advisory Board handles them. So there's budgeting done at a minimum on a 5-year basis. So with that, we talked about earlier, and you all had established putting together a 5-year plan for the new pave the way or the new road tax, so that we know that that's something that's going to happen. And then, so that's kind of where we were, just wanted to get a little more clarity, but for us, that's where background, and we know that water, wastewater, there's a master plan. We know electric's doing things from a capital perspective. All our utilities are doing those things, just seeking a little more clarity about what this might look like.
Yeah. I'll summarize. Did Kathy leave? She's coming back. This has been a finance committee topic, and it's specifically, probably should have clarified yesterday. I figured Kathy might weigh in. Taylor brought it up initially, and then we kind of brought it into the finance committee discussion. But it's more about acknowledging the cost to maintain our capital resources long-term. And then making sure that we understand those costs and that we have a plan to deal with those. So specifically, well, trying to remember what we talked about on this. There are pockets of capital resources all over our town, like you said. for each one of those, they probably are sort of owned by somebody in this room from a staff perspective. Some of those already have long-term funding mechanisms in place to maintain them. Some of them do not. The example that I brought up a few times is like the new trails, right? So trails in Mitch Park are part of the park's maintenance budget, right? And so Brad and them are planning on maintaining those. Roads have sort of their own path of maintenance, sidewalks, water stuff, electric stuff, right? Like they're already planning for those. But we don't have there's some things that are, I think, in the gaps and some things that don't have clear funding or a clear plan to maintain. Trails is an obvious one to me just because it's sort of between roads and parks. And so that's concrete that we know we're gonna have to replace in 20 years, just as an example. But the idea was, and Kathy came back in now, but there's a template that's out there from GFOA, I think, that Kathy and her team were looking at and had the action to come back and talk about again, I think, at our next finance committee meeting in 2 weeks. But it's really moving that forward, and the deliverable here, I think, would be the capital plan. Yeah, it's just really capital maintenance plan.
Yep.
Is that how you would say? I don't know how much of that you heard, but. Yeah, it's sort of like a corporate capital plan, if you've seen one of those or worked in the corporate world, but it's about what are the capital assets the city has, and then what's the cost to maintain those, and then making sure that we have a long-term plan to maintain those. Probably 80% of it or more is already covered by Chris's plan and Glenn's plan and Keith's plan and CIP plan, right? But I think we just wanted to make sure that it was holistically considered, and if we have gaps, that we are planning for maintenance of those things.
Understood.
You want to add? All right. So I think the deliverable is just the plan.
I was just waiting to see what was typed.
Yeah. I think it's just deliverable of the plan. The plan. Whoa, that's ominous.
Yeah.
Okay. Capital.
Next category is budget ownership. And I'll begin here. One thing that strikes me that might help, and we can probably do this as when we begin review of the 26-27 budget, is I think as simple as, can we establish a set of terminology, maybe even a glossary, that will attach to the budget that we'll all agree to use? Because I think one of the things that can get a little bit confusing is that, particularly in the budget world, there's like a joke, how many times can you use the word fund in one sentence? Well, lots of times. And it gets a little confusing and it gets a little circular, but if we can agree on just some basic terminology, and as it happens, I think the city prepared a list, I don't know when it was, but sometime relatively recently, but if we can begin with just a base set of terminology and try and use it all the time so we all know what we're referring to when we say things like fund and revenue and expenditure and those kinds of things, particularly when we start talking about, like the committee was talking about a week or so ago with restricted and unrestricted or reserved and unreserved fund balances. It gets a little bit circular at times, so if we can decide what we're going to call it and be consistent with it, I think that will help. I'm assuming there's no resistance, no opposition to that.
No, that's some of the things that we've been talking about since, to be quite honest, before we were sworn in, having conversations with Kathy, is there's just a lot of stuff that just isn't clear because of a lack of definition wrapped around the terminology. I mean, that's where it starts, and I think it has to start there, and I think part of it then also goes to, as the Budget Task Force continues its work, we'll get more clarity on process from the way we request to the way we approve and then manage. I think all that comes in as we'll talk about tomorrow and probably in one more meeting, what that overall will look like that we're going to recommend to the council. And then, of course, the last piece of it is, and part of that comes back to that definition, department. What does that mean? So when you have a department budget, what does that mean? I mean, that sounds crazy, but we've sat and questioned ourselves on what it means. And to me, it's, okay, whatever it means, if you're over that area and you have a budget, it's yours. And you should be making the decisions how that money is spent. And if you don't spend it right, as a department head, you're accountable to AJ, to the city manager. Because what we're looking for is a way that we can make all our lives easier with budget management, and it's, I got my budget, I know what I'm supposed to do with it, I can go do it. And I've been through this, so this piece I understand very well, and I think Kathy and I are just in total agreement here that we've got to have clarity so that we can move forward.
And simplicity, she said. To me, the answer on this one, just building on what Mark said, is I don't know if it's by fund or by account. And maybe we're like 90% there already because you all manage all your stuff already. But just clarifying, listing who's the responsible person for each. At my work, it's by account. Who's managing that account and who's responsible for profit loss on that account. That's as easy as it is to me. And I think what we're seeing, what you're hearing probably is, as we've dug into this in the budget committee, we've just found ambiguities in certain areas. Not all areas, but in certain areas. And so it's either aligning it to fund or aligning it to account or something, documenting that from you down, and then making sure that everybody's clear on who owns what. That seems to be the gap that at least I'm seeing.
Actually, I thought I was with you until you said that, but that's okay. I can circle back with you.
Yeah, I don't know that anybody's with you on that, so you may need to go a little deeper.
So how we spend money and how we track money in funds is different. And sometimes the person responsible for the spending of the money in the fund are not the same person. And that creates ambiguities in terms of who owns execution of that work.
Should be an internal control built in there somewhere that takes care of that. Doesn't always have to be, in my mind, the same person, as long as there's an internal control procedure approving and recognizing who's spending. Are you following me?
I'm still waiting on that glossary.
I mean, I'll be honest with you, that's where a lot of this has got to come from, is it starts there, because then when you talk about approval authority, you talk about ownership, if we don't have definition, it's really hard to do that next piece. Because, you know, I went through this with the state, with an agency, and literally had to teach department heads how to be budget managers. And when I handed them their budgets, many of them were like, what is this? Well, once they got it, guess what? They were in control. And I loved it. I mean, I was director of finance, and I loved it because they took care of it. They took care of it, and I had a budget analyst then who helped track it. And that's, I mean, to me, that's what we're looking for. But it all boils down to, you got to start with definition. You got to make sure that we have the right people in place to help manage that from an analytical standpoint, which I know today we're shorthanded in finance to be able to do that. When we talk about how many budgets do we define? Don't take 4 different ones in the police department. It's one police department, but about how many is it? 70. About 70 budgets.
Funds.
And you hear that and you're like, what? I know, AJ, I know. But
I didn't say anything.
no, I know you didn't. But I mean, that's where the challenge is, and that's why the definition has to be there and how we do it. And then we can get into that ownership, because I'll tell you, yeah, if you got 70 budgets, how many people are sitting in the room today?
They're not one-to-one. That's right. That's 70 funds. Funds don't equal department level budgets.
So I think a lot of this piece will unfold as we get some definition and some commonality in our terms. And with the help of the task force, then I think we can get there.
Okay.
Because, you know, we don't have to be complicated here. We just have to come up with a system that works for everybody.
I think the way it's written is good. We'll figure out what that means.
Okay. Okay. We have 47 minutes and 5 items left. Arcadia Lake Development under the heading of strong tourism and recreation.
I felt like that was a little bit of a challenge to how fast we could go, Mr. Manager, so I'm going to take you up on that. So Arcadia Lake Development, just a brief history, the Arcadia Lake Master Plan was accepted by the council in August of '23. Over a 15-year period, it outlined $39 million worth of improvements in and around the lake. Years 1 through 5, so there was focus years. So years 1 through 5 was focused on technology improvements, litter collection, closer to full cost recovery, and then infrastructure, specifically replacing restrooms, a sewer solution on the north side of the lake, and then improving park entrances. And really the focus of those first few years was improving what we have prior to adding anything new. So I know there has been conversations about more development out and around Arcadia Lake, and before there's a solution to sewer, then that development really can't take place. So it really was maintaining and improving what we have, and getting that up to speed before looking at what's next to come. So what's currently budgeted, some action items for this. What's budgeted this year in the 2000 CIP is $250,000 to make improvements to the restrooms. And then what's budgeted next year is another $250,000 to look at additional improvements to restrooms or entrances. So it hasn't been determined yet. So the Parks and Rec Advisory Board, along with the Arcadia Lake Commission, are working on those things. So the metric or action item or deliverable from a staff perspective would be collaborating with the Parks and Rec Advisory Board as well as the CIP Advisory Board to identify funding and projects. So I think the thought was, unless there's going to be this is a technical term, a whole wallop of money come forward, then it is just in chunks every year to start working towards making improvements to what is already there, i.e. we have restrooms that need to be improved. Let's improve those restrooms. We have entrances that needed to be improved. So lots of stakeholders, lots of engagement in this process. That's what was accepted in August of '23 by the council.
So I brought this one up. The intent here, it was less about the park.
Okay.
It was more about a longer-term vision of having restaurants, boardwalk, or marina where the project office is.
Okay.
And it's not really to start that. That's going to have to be private or public-private partnership type stuff. It's probably the way down the road. But the Corps of Engineers part of it is what I was hoping to initiate discussions on. So there's no deliverable here to me other than what I was hoping to get out of it was start talking about it. Because it's going to be, to do anything on the lake is going to take forever with them, is my understanding. So we got to get Chris out of there, right, first. We got to get him out of there. And Brad said we got to move the project office. So there's a long-term thing here. I just wanted to start.
Yeah.
If we start in 10 years, we'll get there in 20. So I'm just trying to think ahead a little bit about engaging with the Corps, thinking about ideas, and just starting that dialogue a little bit.
I agree.
Okay.
Next is Mitch Park Master Plan.
So as you know, it's ongoing now. So the deliverable potentially could be Park and Rec Advisory Board to recommend adoption, and then for the council, for it to come to the council, and this is planned to happen in the spring. And then after that, we'll have to figure out what happens after that, but funding is going to have to be identified. And then after that, the longer term would be, all right, let's talk about constructing these things now that the funding's been identified.
Deliverables the plan, right?
Yep, got it.
Everyone's good? Okay, the next one is mine, I suppose, but looking for
clarification on youth sports facility. What are you looking for there? Not necessarily in terms of describing the facility, but what are you looking for there as some kind of a deliverable, or what do you want to see?
I think we all know what we're saying, that communities our size, some smaller, larger, they have youth sports facilities that are a huge economic engine for that city. You know about that firsthand.
Yes.
So just some progress on what, on that subject. And we don't need to ask why we don't have them. That's not helpful. We need to figure out a way to get something like that, a world-class facility here that hundreds and thousands of kids and parents will come here and play soccer, basketball, whatever they play, stay in our hotels, spend money. And so what the thing I'm looking for is, I've asked, I don't know, several times, where are we on that? And the answer is conversations are ongoing. That's fine. I'm glad that conversations are taking place, but at some point, if the conversations aren't going well with developer X, then move on to Z and get somebody in here that'll do it.
Gotcha.
And I mean, you can only hear conversations are ongoing so many times, and at some point, either the city or the developer has to say, this is what I need, this is what you need, and let's shake hands and do something.
Gotcha. That helps me.
Can I add just a little bit to that? I think maybe we also need someone, and we probably have the people in this room who can think bigger picture on this whole issue. Because if you look at the soccer fields, and you look at Mitch Park, and you look at Hafer Park, okay, our primary spots of youth sports, but then you can also include Center Court
Yeah.
and the YMCA pool. Where's the closest hotel to any of those sites? And yet, we're bringing all these soccer teams in. I got news for you. The bulk of those teams and those parents that are bringing those kids are staying down on Memorial Road. They're not staying in Edmond. I think we're lucky that with Hafer, when we get that started up again, that we're at least close enough to the Best Western on Second and the hotels down at I-35. But that's the closest one in relation. And, you know, and we're totally ignoring the issue of the softball complex out on the east edge of the town. When we think about this whole thing, if we're thinking about tourism and recreation as part of our economic engine, we also need to be thinking about how do we keep those people trapped in town, because we want them here. We don't want them to buy their lunch at a fast food place and then they go back to Oklahoma City to stay and enjoy the evening and shop. So I think we need to put a little bit of that into this thought process, because it's not just about each individual complex we're talking about. It's about the big picture.
Could I add a little bit to that?
You sure can. Oh, I forgot the golf course, and we have all these tournaments.
No, and I think, and it was out of the old city council that gave us the strategic initiatives when we built the new golf course. Fiscal responsibility, quality of life, and economic development. And I shared a little bit at our city council meeting the last time I was here. Literally had a meeting with my Ladies Golf Association this morning, having to tell them that 7 of their Mondays will not be available because I have tournaments coming to town, because one of the strategic initiatives at the golf course is economic development. And it just happens to be that all the college tournaments and high school tournaments like to come in on Sundays for practice rounds, and then they play Mondays and Tuesdays. And so thanks to the EEDA, I'm able to produce these reports. Then I can then give the information to my golfers that say, when I bring in an NCAA regional, it's worth about $800,000 to the community based on the figures that the EEDA provides. And it helps to sell the story of why we built that complex. So I think this is a great initiative and anything I can do to help with it, because it really, really helps the community. So.
Okay, I think I'm good.
You got it.
And so, actually, I miscounted a second ago because you've seen we double listed the festival marketplace. Unless you'd like to hear Ken talk about it again.
Let's do that offline.
Okay, so next is Uncommon Ground, Randy.
There's appreciating the foundations moving right along out there. There's only a couple of controllables the city has in this. One of which is the Huntwick detention improvements that have to occur. Those are designed and getting ready to go out for bid if they haven't already. I'm looking at Steve over there. So construction on those should start soon, so I don't know if they need to be apart. As I guess a deliverable or something like that is for the city to take care of the improvements that we are responsible for in a timely manner. The Huntwick will happen sooner, the detention improvements will happen sooner rather than later. The only other one is the improvements to Coltrane adjacent to the park. That's under design. We have money identified in the CIP for that, but I don't know a reasonable time for that kind of construction to happen because we don't know what the plans are yet. So.
I think in terms of measurement here, like it's sort of like water treatment plant, like the milestone of completion of that design and the milestone of completion of the detention are the two things I would say.
You said design?
Design of the
Design and
road right
detention.
there is a
Okay,
CIP
okay.
project, yeah.
Can you repeat that so we can hear? Jane couldn't hear you, sorry.
Oh, well, he just listed two milestones. So to me, those are the measurables here for what the city's doing.
We couldn't hear them up here.
It's the Huntwick detention pond and then the Coltrane design.
Okay, thank you.
And then I don't know if there was a Route 66, tie in there. I think, Maggie, that was part of that yesterday maybe that you talked about or I talked about. I can't remember, but.
Well, that's just back to the tourism aspect of it.
Yeah, I mean, if we're at kind of a pausing point, I wondered if our tourism director had anything to add to the tourism section. You don't have to, but you're here.
She'll get you turned on here in a minute. Just give her a second.
Edmond is difficult. I will tell you there's another one being planned that said it will be open in 2027 in time for the U.S. Senior PGA, and that is going to be a residence on I-35 in Cobell. But that doesn't really help with the soccer complex and some other areas. Boutique hotel, like we've talked about, is also a great goal to have. But Uncommon Ground will be a huge attraction along Route 66, and the Sure Stay Best Western is not the best high-quality hotel along that area, so hotel attraction would be a great goal to have.
Well, I'm on the tourism board, and Mackenzie on Jennifer's staff, she looks at other cities and their events, and she actively tries to take them. So I think there's really good strategy there. We have good facilities, we kind of have hotel capacity, but I think when we see these tournaments in town, they are staying in our hotels. They do have other options, but I know that your team works with doing like room blocks and, yeah, so I think we've mentioned a couple things that are part of the tourism puzzle, but thank you for your input.
Back to uncommon ground for just a minute. I'm not sure when the opening, I think, was supposed to be summer of '26. Is that still kind of the deal? Those two things are hanging out, and then there's day-to-day things that have to get dealt with to do all that. And Mr. Ince has been very helpful with that. Ms. Sawyer's helpful with that, and others. And so just, it would be my hope that we could just press on and keep getting, and try to achieve that summer of '26. It's important to me. It's important to the community. So just let's emphasize that as we move forward.
Continued priority then?
Yeah.
I'm here for the trust. Actually, the opening day is
Now.
You missed your marker. If we have just, are we through on that one? I want to go back, maybe it was just me, I got a little confused on item C. I thought we were talking about a sports facility, then it transferred to every sports complex in the city, and so I just wanted to make sure what we're talking about. I thought the original intent was the conversation that's going on with a potential developer about the sports, quote, complex around Covell and I-35. Is that not what that item was?
That's what staff took the intention was.
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
the indoor sports complex.
Yeah, the
Yes.
indoor,
Yeah.
then it kind of morphed into a much larger.
I think Barry's first comment was progress. Greater than 0% complete progress.
Yeah, I think one of the things about the indoor sports complex, we have somebody that's sporadically discussing, I think is the best I can put it at. I don't know that we need to reinvent the wheel. Midwest City just did this in 3 weeks, awarded it to a developer from here in Edmond. I think maybe we need to say, this is what we want to see, and then attract people that can come in and do that. Does that make sense? I mean, because that's what other municipalities seem to be doing. This is what's needed. We want it to include X, Y, Z, and then whatever somebody might have a vision for, and then see if we can bring that about instead of waiting on somebody who may or may not be able to provide adequate financing to make it happen.
And just before you answer that, I wanted to follow up with Ms. Thornton. The hotel at I-35 in Covell, where is that along? Has that been filed, a plan of anything of that nature, Mr. Bryan?
The True by Hilton, there's a True by Hilton that has a site plan in just across the street from North Timbers. Sorry, True by Hilton is across the street from North Timbers, so on Progressive Drive. Their
Right.
site plan's in their initial review.
Yeah.
She said something about something else.
Yeah, I thought it was a Residence Inn, but I think they changed to True.
So where is it?
It's north of Covell, just
Like the
east
si-
of I-35.
Behind Starbucks.
Yeah, there's two different ones being talked about here. The one she's talking about is south of Starbucks.
Okay.
Oh.
The one that's in for a site plan right now is literally across the street from North Timbers,
Okay, it's by the
Yep.
fire station.
on the north side.
Yeah. Yeah. And then what are you talking about?
So maybe there's two. But the Residence Inn is a Champion Hotel. So we have 3 Champion Hotels in Edmond.
But the one you just mentioned, and
I
to
don't
be
think
open
they've-
by June of 2027, where is it and what is it?
That's the one that they say is going to be behind Starbucks on I-35 in Covell, but I don't think they've submitted site plans.
Yes.
For June of 2027 for that golf tournament out there, yeah, they better get with the program, I guess.
We'll have to fast track development for them.
We're open for
Throw in an
business,
impact
Ken.
fee while you're at it. There you go.
I don't know if this is.
That would be great, because then if we do get an indoor sports complex, then you've got a Residence Inn and the Hilton right there.
Like we planned it.
Yeah, there you go.
There we go. I don't think we made it through our list, I think.
Okay, so we want to circle back around to item 6. Sorry about that. Council, we have a pretty good-sized list of both metrics and deliverables as two different things. And the reality of it is, when we talk about how we're going to discuss in public, are we making progress on our strategic plan, we really need to be talking about somewhere in the neighborhood of 4 to 7 different metrics, actually hard measurable objectives, things that we can hang our hat on to say we're making progress. And it's really interesting that really and truly it's pretty simple if we start out talking about the fiscal aspect of all this, which is, it's on top of everybody's minds. And if we're looking at revenue, that's a pretty strong indicator of what's happening. And then if we also talk about, are we living within our budget? That's the second one. I mean, it's as simple as looking at a budget report and saying, yes or no, you're under budget or you're over budget. And solving that dilemma of we can't have a budget revision every time we turn around to make it look like we're always living within our budget. That's a piece for the task force to work out as we move forward. But with those two, then if you turn to the second piece that I always look at, roads and streets, the best thing we can do right now with the conversation in town is to not use a metric, but use a deliverable. And that's, do we have that 5 to 8 year road plan, whatever it is that AJ, you and Steve, Lawrence, and whoever else is involved in that can bring to us. Because it says we're headed down the path, and then we have the big giant marker for Barry to mark off every project when we finish it.
That in the budget?
That was, and when you look at that, then as we go into that economic development aspect of all of this, obviously revenue is a piece of that as well. But, then we got that ability. We talked really this morning about 3 different things. We talked about new businesses, landed businesses coming to town, jobs, and occupancy rates. And we could use any of those to help us with that as well. And then, as you go through this list, when we look at maintaining our foundation of excellence, really and truly, that's almost all at the department level with department metrics. It's one of those, if you want to know how good we're doing, let's zero in on what you're talking about, because that's a huge topic. Are we talking about safety? Are we talking about development? Are we talking about how fast we're getting things through the process? Are we talking about recreation? So I think that one can be delivered more at the department level. And then strategic development, it kind of goes hand in hand with those same things on strategic growth, because we can't do anything without the revenue and knowing what's happening from that aspect of it. That's kind of where I am. I see it as 1, 2, 3. We could do, you want new jobs, or do you want to look at landed businesses, or jobs for new, for landed businesses, occupancy rate? What carries the most weight when we're talking to the citizens of this city?
It feels rushed to try to do this right now. It feels to me like we need to develop some of these. A lot of these are deliverables, but develop some of these, look into some of the things that you've suggested already, AJ, offline on how you want to report, and then maybe just try to work that offline. I don't know that it
Well,
needs to be-
there's a whole lot more down underneath there, but looking at if you want to call it an elevator speech, when we talk about our progress strategically, there are some core things that we can hit very quickly. One is a deliverable on the road plan, which everyone keeps talking about, is what are we doing about streets? When we talk about the budget and fiscal transparency, do we have that in place, and are we living by our budget? I mean, that's pretty solid, right? And revenue is always going to be a big indicator. And I think we just probably want to take it one step further on the economic development piece and say, what's another good indicator there? The rest of it is going to flesh itself out. We'll work through that. And yeah, I mean, I think we put all of this into the plan, but we have to know at the very top level what it is that tells the citizens of Edmond we're moving forward. We can't do 30 things, because if we just always talk about 30 things, we water the conversation down. And that's what happens in organizations, is you water it down to the point that as a governing body, we're so busy dealing with all the other things that we can't look at it and say, guys, we're making progress. Now, when something comes up, we've got the rest of it at our fingertips. We've got the ability to drill down. But there are certain things that we want to be able to talk about. And obviously, it's fiscal responsibility, streets and roads, and economic development. I mean, that's what the world boils down to. And everything else we've talked about over 2 days fits within one of those categories in one shape or another. Either it feeds it or it's a result of it. And so I'm just looking for, what do you all think is a good way, just at that very top level, the quick bullet statements that we can throw out there on a dashboard and say, here's the 7 strategic vision statements. And yeah, here are all the goals. Here are the deliverables and metrics that go with that at that department level. But at the top, what are the things we're going to talk about over and over and over again? That's what I look for.
Okay, I don't know, but before we get too far, Festival Marketplace Master Plan is on there twice. I think it should go under 6. Is that okay with y'all? In the interest of not editing this separately? Okay.
I'm fine with it.
So you do want Ken to repeat it then?
Yes. Let's start over from the beginning. Yeah, I just wanted to get that down there, and I don't have anything else right now. Thank you.
I think I agree with where you're headed, Mark. Trying to think of this like a CEO briefing a board, right? Like, what would we care about?
And that's the way I look at it. I look at it, say, if you take everything off the board but the 6 statements, we envision these 6 things.
Yeah.
And here's the quick and dirty way we measure it.
The one I'm struggling with is the roads one, because just completing the plan isn't what's really important here. What's really important is
and I understand that, but where we're at in this city is the momentum is growing, where people are saying traffic is a problem and you don't have a long-term street plan. And we keep hearing that, and that's what the CIP board brought to their last meeting. So if you say that's where we're headed, when we can say we have it and we're working on progress on it, that's where what Barry brought up is, as we get these projects done, we're drawing a line through them. It's a little bit different, I admit, and I'm a guy that I want hard data as a metric every time. But in this case, we're dealing with a huge perception issue from the citizens of Edmond, and that's, what are we doing about streets? And we all know that every time we even start on a street project, what happens then? Then they complain we're working on the streets. So I think as a first step, as we go this direction, that's not a bad way to do it.
Yeah. That makes sense.
It's not perfect, but, and then it gives us a year, you know, over the next year, we figure out how we want to tweak this thing.
Works for me.
How we tweak, I'm lost.
Well,
How we
we're gonna update the plan.
Well, yeah, because we're gonna get things done.
Yes, and we're gonna have, and there's gonna be other things that people are gonna want. And so you're gonna have to adjust it, and the process we used this time will be slightly different next time, as we get used to doing something like this.
Like next year?
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
so, go ahead. I just think in terms, it's really hard, I feel like, it's great for a down and dirty, quick thing. There are things, I look at comprehensive economic development strategy. I don't think we get to a comprehensive strategy in this amount of time, just me. But I think out of that, certainly, those things will still be there, and like a measurable improving, I don't want to call it vacancy, occupancy, whichever, but the empty buildings, improving the number of empty buildings downtown or around town. I think EEDA's identified 21, 22? Okay, but anyway, so that, but I also think, as we talked about, we've got to see at least some thought process. I don't know we get to the end result, but how to move a replenishable incentive funding plan greater than $55,000. So I don't know how we work that into, but that, to me, and I think whoever, Heather as director would like to see, have we put in place more tools and resources? And I think we have, but that's part of the
Yeah, that's why,
the overall.
to me, that's why we've got those goals, A through whatever listed. And that's what we're going to be working on. But when you talk about at the top level, how do you measure success? If we're talking about revenue, and we're talking about having budgets in place, and we're living within our budgets, and so we see that monthly budget report, if you're looking at having, instead of having a measurable thing, you have that completed road plan, and then marking off projects as we go as a starting point for that. And then we have, do we want to say number of new jobs? Number of jobs added? Do we want to say number of businesses landed? That says this is what's coming to town, one of those. And then I like the occupancy rate one, because it says, you know, what's happening in the positive when people look and see all the vacancies in the strip centers. And with those, because then everything else that we've got up there is either a department metric that people are working towards, or it's a deliverable that they're working towards. And the average citizen doesn't, that's not what interests them. They want to know that we're moving the needle, and we need some simple things to say we're moving the needle.
Okay. I'm confused. We've been here 2 days to come up with this. We talked about it. We've exhausted everything up there. We're in agreement on what's on that piece of paper up there. And we can't wordsmith that or come up with a metrics or deliverable in 15 minutes. I think what might be helpful, Mr. Mayor, is we've got this to review and look at. Maybe it needs some wordsmithing, or maybe it needs tightened up a little bit here and there, but I don't know, what are we trying to accomplish in the next 14 minutes?
I'm trying to accomplish, can we see what we can talk about top? If we can't, if you can't get there right now, I don't have a problem with us sitting here and saying, okay, AJ, let's figure out how we create a draft that shows this in a format that people will understand so that we can make that decision. Because it is very important that the 5 of us know those 4 to 7 things that are so important that if we're making progress on that, it means all these people in this room are making progress towards their goals as well. And then what their goals are, that's with them and AJ until a citizen asks us or we have an interest in it to dig a little deeper. Because people aren't going to come to us and want to listen to everybody in this room give us an update every single month on their statistics, on their metrics. We don't have time for that. We're trying to run a city.
Okay.
I think what we're, sorry, just to clarify, I think what we're trying to get to is how are we going to, how's AJ and team going to like flesh out column B here into real things versus ideas? How are those going to be reported and how often to us?
Okay.
And then which ones are the most important ones that kind of rise to the level of being representative or summarical of the main items from our perspective, right? That's kind of what you're saying. So I think the action is probably to AJ and team to figure out the first 2 of those, which is what do those things in column B really mean? And then how do we package those in a way that they can be, kind of statused to us, let's say quarterly. But then we need to figure out the relative priority in which of those kind of comes to the top as well. And we don't have a lot of time to do that. I think that's normally the STAR process, Casey, that y'all use, but I don't know how. There's some action that needs to happen there, I think, to boil down the most important to the most important or rank them relatively or something. Yeah, look at me like.
No, I'm looking at you because as I think through it with what you're saying, I agree in principle. But the reality of it is what's important priority-wise for the team is what we believe are the most important things to focus on. And if we say revenue is the most important thing to focus on, and that's what we're going to measure, then you got a whole team here that's sitting here, how do I affect the revenue number? If we say that the number of, or the occupancy rate of our lease space, retail lease space in Edmond is one of the most important things, then it's who on this team knows that that's part of what they're focused on. We have to say that. We can't rely on them to tell us that piece. I mean, as the governing body, we're the ones that have to say, here's what it is. And so when we can come up with those 4 to 7 things, it gives them clarification on what to sit down and decide what they impact.
Okay, may I suggest, Beebster, you got all that up there. You're a wordsmith. Make a submission statement. Incorporate all that in there. You know how to do that. We can't decide in the next little dab of minutes left here what you're talking about, which I know is important and we want to accomplish that. Is it possible for you and your team and everybody in this room to get together over the next few days, whatever it takes, to get something together like what the mayor's talking about, and then we can have another session about that to come with the deliverables and metrics. But if we can get a mission statement on what all that says, Beebs, that's for the citizens to see, and that's what we're going to do. And then if we can get, AJ, if you can get that put together and share that with the team and us, we'll figure out phase 2. Is that reasonable?
I think so, yes.
So when you say share with us, do you mean share with us as a group?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, because I don't want us to get into like
No. it'd be,
drafts and
yeah.
we're editing not all
No,
together.
it'd be
Okay.
right up there. That work?
Mm-hmm. I mean, President, we're not going to get past this point if we don't come up with an intermediate step here, so. And I'm fine with that. I mean, I think that's a good way to get us there.
I understand this, I understand it, it's important to you, and I want you to get it, but we can't do it in 8 minutes, and it deserves some thought and to get it right. So if the city manager and the staff will work on that, the city council can meet, we can talk about it and get it figured out. And in the meantime, Brother Begley over there can get it put into words on what we want it to say. How's that?
I think we can do that.
Do we need a motion or anything with that, city attorney? I'm
So
not
is that a
either.
no?
It's direction to the city manager to take this to the next step.
We have, but sorry, we've talked about a lot. We have 7 minutes, 6, but, so we're saying that we want 4 to 7 priorities from this list.
No, don't think of it as priorities. Think of it as measurements.
But don't we
Measurement.
have measurements for
Some of
all
those are
them?
metrics, some of those are deliverables.
Okay.
Okay, a measurement is something with hard data that
I
you can
understand what
put a number
measurement
to.
is. Yeah.
Part of it is just completion of a task. And there are things that we can look at every single month that tells us we're headed the right direction.
Yep.
Okay, so we're tasking AJ and staff to do that.
Build us a template.
Well, they'll build us a template, but ultimately, yes, it has to be us 5
Right,
that says,
right.
these are the things.
We will get you something to react to, and you may wad it up and throw it at us. Or you may say, yeah, this is pretty close. But I think I get, if I understand you, you're looking for a fairly concise document that has, you use the term mission statement, but it has an explanation of what we've done. Here's a product of what we've done, even if it isn't to the decimal point. You want a resident to be able to look at what we've done here for 2 days and come away with the idea that we've got some specific tasks and we've got some specific things we're going to do, and from those things, there's a set of deliverables, right? I think we can at least package that in a draft format, have you look at it, and then we'll tweak it from there.
All right, any closing comments from you 5? As we finish off number 8 here.
Thanks for your patience, everybody, and for helping us try out something new here.
Thank you all very much.
Yeah, thanks. I want to go back to one of the first things, it was really good, I won't say great, but that AJ opened this meeting with, and it was really encouraging to me. I mean, I look at this group, I look around, and I think we're a team. I'm always kind of team-oriented anyway, but that's background and present and so forth. So when he said that yesterday you guys anticipated many of these things, it was really encouraging to me, because that meant that this team's on the same page. And that, or they've just accepted that we're crazy, yeah, going forward. So I appreciate that, and I appreciate being a part of you guys.
So I'm going to wrap this up with a couple of comments. And the big one is, after I heard Chris talking about we're competing with fast food restaurants for our employees at the water treatment plant, and we know what it takes to change that. And we've had conversations over the last couple of months with Kathy, and the fact that we have one budget analyst, about half really, because he shares his duties with other stuff. And as I've said to Kathy on that topic, at some point it's just zeros, at the end of the number. And Oklahoma City, which is 7 times our size, population-wise, and there's 3 or 4 extra zeros behind the numbers, but they have a budget staff of 11. Yeah, 11. That's just the budget staff alone. And I look at those deficiencies, and AJ, I'm going to ask you, are we aligned properly for what we need to be doing as a city moving forward? And that's a tough question to ask, but, you know, what do we need to do to be open for business? What do we need to do to speed some of these processes up? What do we need to do to give you all as department heads that ownership of budgets and knowing you've got the support to help you understand when the problems come up? And I mean, how many master plans did the 5 of us just ask you all for? So I'm going to ask you, are we aligned the way we should be aligned to accomplish all this? And I know that's a big, big question and a big ask of you this early, but it's a tough one. But I will tell you this, that I appreciate every one of you for being here and sticking with us. And I know the way we've done it looked considerably different than what I saw last year. And we're kind of shifting the gears, and I hope that we can continue down this path to give us more of that, when we talk about strategic visioning, more of a true strategic path of what we need to be working towards instead of just routine things to be working on. So thank you to everybody for sticking with us. And with that, and AJ, would you like to make a comment before we adjourn?
How much time do I have?
You've only got half a second, right? You got 1 minute.
I will quickly say, I have really thoroughly enjoyed the last couple of days. As I said this morning, I won't repeat myself, I thought yesterday was great. I was so impressed again by the post-session I had with the staff in the conference room. I'm so encouraged by the opportunities that we have and the resources, human and otherwise, you know, that we have, that I'm super excited. I think, you know, these things, they ebb and flow a little bit, and people get tired, and we try and do things quickly at the end. But I think this has been really beneficial, really productive. And over the coming, you know, days, weeks, months, we're going to get you answers to your questions. We're going to get you the kinds of deliverables that you're asking for. And we're going to work for and with you to help you accomplish all the things that you want to do.
And with that, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
I move to adjourn.
I have a motion and a second. Cast your vote. We are adjourned.